Welcome to a Legalbytes presentation of the Karen Reed murder trial. If you're new here, my name is Alita. I'm a lawyer licensed in California and DC, and on this channel we make sense of the law one bite at a time. If you want more on the background of the Karen Reed case, check out our video on it linked in the description below. But otherwise, you be the jury. Did Karen Reed murder her Boston PD boyfriend John O'Keefe, or is she being framed by local police who Reed says are actually responsible for O'Keefe's death? Tell us what you think. But in the process, the one rule is don't be a dingus. Remember, everyone comes from their own perspective and opinion, and everyone comes to conclusions at their own pace. Agree or disagree, but always respectfully. Okay, let's get into it. All right, you guys. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're coming from. You know what? Let me take Indy off the screen real quick because she's not there. It's just the chair. Wherever you're coming in from, I hope you're having a good day. Happy Tuesday, right? Yes. Happy Tuesday. Happy day 2 of Massachusetts v. Karen Reed. Day 1 was very interesting. If you guys followed along with us yesterday, you saw opening statements. You got my thoughts on the disparity between the two sides, in my opinion, between the prosecution and the defense. That does not necessarily mean that the prosecution is absolutely going to lose this case. The defense is absolutely going to win this case. But so far, in my opinion, the defense made a very strong showing. And the prosecution, I think, stumbled a bit. I saw some commentary elsewhere on the internet, particularly Twitter and other places, where some folks were coming to a little bit of a different conclusion. I stand by what I said. I highlighted more of my thoughts on that in the recap to day 1, which just went live. Finally, it took forever for that to upload. So it was literally hours of upload. And it's about 30 minutes long. So if you have not seen day 1, definitely check it out. I'm going to put it in a link to it in the description below. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, but it is in the chat. I haven't pinned it, but it is in the chat. So you can check that out. I think I just made a community post to it. Did I actually publish it? Oh, I did. I hit enter. Okay. And it's going to be on other social media places as well. So we are, so that's that. You can get all my thoughts on all that kind of stuff. And one of the things that I missed yesterday during the opening statement during the defense opening statement was this crazy point that they made. And I only realized when I was kind of going back over the stream again for the recap. And it was a point where he was going over, attorney David Yannetti was going over the text messages that Trooper David Proctor had sent to friends about Karen Reed and all this kind of stuff. Completely missed it that he said that he was looking for nude photos, that he was looking for that. That's incredibly unprofessional. Did not mention it yesterday on the stream, but absolutely, if there are any women on that jury, especially like younger women on that jury, they are, in my opinion, I think it's very likely that they're going to be pretty disgusted by that. So that's something that the prosecution is definitely going to have to deal with when they do ultimately have Trooper Proctor on the stand, which I know that at the last hearing, Judge Canone had made a comment of well, we don't know if he's actually going to be called, but he's the lead investigator. Realistically, it's in order for the state to put on a full case, they have to put him on. They have to. They absolutely have to. So there's going to be some interesting stuff coming up when he ultimately is put on the stand. We don't know if that's going to be today. Today, we are starting off with cross-examination of the last witness from yesterday, the state's third witness, the Commonwealth's third witness. I'm using that interchangeably. It's basically the same thing. But Massachusetts is one of 4 states that goes by Commonwealth as opposed to state technically, but it's for all intents and purposes, it is interchangeable. Now, so yesterday's third witness is going to be cross-examined today. That is Officer Stephen Saraf. So we're going to see our first cross-examination today. We don't know what the defense is like in their cross-examinations. What's their style? How do they go about it? But I do anticipate that they are going to put some significant pressure on them, because this is the theory. The main theory of the defense's case is the idea that the investigators are the bad guys here. It's not Karen Reed. She's not the bad guy. The bad guy is not John O'Keefe. He's the victim here. Everyone kind of agrees here that he is the victim. The question is, who's the bad guy? That's what's at the heart of this case. And according to the defense, their position is the investigators are. And most of all, Trooper Proctor. And then of course the people that were at the house party and whatnot, which, you know, they have not been able to yet say who exactly they think actually killed John O'Keefe, but they are going to be working on getting there. They have to put forward what Judge Cannone has said, has called competent evidence, in order for them to be able to start moving in that direction. They've got to start by laying some of that groundwork, some foundation through evidence along the way in order for them to be able to do that. So, but yeah, I wanted to mention that because I missed it yesterday during the stream. And I think that is a very important point that like, as soon as I saw that, I was like for me, like if I were a defendant or a person of interest, what have you, that the police had access to my phone for one reason or another, or, you know, had an opportunity to access it. And then they were like, well, we also want to go in and sneak in and see if there's any, you know, personal stuff that's, you know, whatever, like super personal and, you know, anything like that. That for me was really, really, that stuck with me as soon as I noticed it. So, okay. With that, let's get moving on today's testimony. So, just got started. We're a few minutes behind, but that's fine. Now we've got the judge here. Okay. Bringing this on screen so you guys can see what I'm talking about. Apparently what happened was there was some kind of a big car accident just outside the courthouse. This is why we're starting late today. So I don't know if we're going to end late. Maybe the judge will tell us. But is there anything else? I think that's it. That's it. Oh, one last thing. I'm so sorry, guys. One last thing. Yesterday, we were talking about all the what if any's, right? That kept coming up during all the testimony. I managed to use an AI transcript gatherer of long crime stream that doesn't have any commentary. So nothing like me adding what if any's into the transcript, and then calculated by searching all of them through like a PDF that I populated it into 101 times yesterday. And this is only 3 witnesses. This was half of the day. So 101 times in various forms, right? What if any, who if any, what if anything, all of those all together, 101 times. That's a lot. That's a lot. So I will keep you guys up to date. Like tomorrow morning, I guess I'll let you know what today's tally was, and maybe we'll just keep a current tally going. So anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know about that. Yeah, let's keep that tally going. Okay, all right, folks, let's get a move on, shall we?
Discussing this case with anyone yesterday? Everyone said yes or not. Independent research, affirmative.
Fast forward a bit. Okay.
Morning.
Morning, Your Honor. So I remind you, you're still under oath.
Krista S., thank you so much for becoming a member.
Yes,
welcome,
sure.
Or welcome back. Welcome back. I see you've been a member.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Officer Saraf. Is there anything that you would like to change or amend or modify about your testimony yesterday that you thought about overnight?
Uh-oh.
No.
Do you know what that question tells me? That's the very first thing that he says to him. That question tells me, I found something that you said that is inconsistent with something you've said before, or inconsistent with something that someone else has said before. Get ready for an impeachment. Yikes.
Did you discuss your testimony with any person between the time you got off the stand yesterday and coming back to the courtroom?
No.
Officer Sheriff, I want to ask you a couple of questions about something called a dispatch log. You know what a dispatch log is?
Yes.
An official document generated by the Canton Police Department, correct?
That's correct.
And it's kept in the ordinary course of business?
Yes.
It's
Yes,
okay.
sir.
And in fact, what it has is the dispatch details of the event.
I've got a little bit of internet instability, it should even out. So if the audio is still going, I'm not going to pause it anymore while the video kind of pauses from time to time. But I apologize for that.
Question. Whatever officers show up, what time they show up, the order in which they show up, the location to which they're dispatched, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
Have you looked at the dispatch log in this case?
No, I have not.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
This has been pre-marked as Exhibit 27. Take a glance at that and tell me if you recognize that document.
Yes, sir.
How do you recognize it?
It looks like the log in question.
Okay, so that's the dispatch log for what date?
The 29th.
Do you see your name somewhere on that dispatch log?
Yes.
To the right, one of the 3 officers that was called to the scene.
Yes.
And that looks like the dispatch log for the call out that you were testifying about yesterday. Is that right?
That's correct.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
So may I publish this as we
Yes.
discuss it? That is really small font. May I approach one more time?
Yes.
God, this is not an eye contest.
Thought it would know.
I should say. Oh, look at that. The magic of technology. All right. You can either look up on the screen or look at the dispatch log that's in front of you. I'll try to look at the one on the screen, but my eyes aren't that great either. If you look to the right, there appear to be 3 entries for the dispatch of the officers that were on the scene about which you testified yesterday, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, it has, this dispatch log shows that you, and then Officer Mullaney, and then Sergeant Good all arrived to 32 Fairview that morning within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
It actually has Officer Mullaney arriving first at 6:09:26. You see that?
Yes.
And you see that it also has 3 seconds later at 6:09:29, you arriving. Is that right?
6:29 it says. Excuse me, it's 6:09, yes.
6:09 and 29 seconds.
Yes, I'm sorry, yep.
That's okay. And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you at 6:09 and 33 seconds, correct?
Sure, yep.
So all 3 of you, according to the official document generated by Canton Police Department for this event, has Officer Mullaney arriving first, you arriving second, Sergeant Good arriving third, all within 7 seconds of each other, correct?
Correct.
That is completely false, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, you've looked at your dispatch, your dash cam, correct? And clearly, we saw it yesterday. You arrive and there's nobody else on scene.
Correct.
That was at about 6:10 a.m. that you arrived, correct?
About that, yes.
And then Officer Mullaney actually arrives after you about 6:11 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And Sergeant Good does not arrive, according to your own dash cam, until about 6:16, a little after 6:15.
Yep.
All right. So right off the bat, the official Canton Police Department dispatch log, one of the first documents generated in any investigative event, that's completely wrong, right?
The times are, yes.
Well, the times and the orders, right? I mean, not only did Officer Mullaney not arrive first, you arrived first.
That's
and
correct.
then he arrived.
Sure.
So that's 2 things that are wrong about just that.
Okay, this is like a good start by the defense. Why is that? Because their opening statement was all about you can't trust any of the evidence that this investigative team put together. You can't trust any of their documents. You can't trust any of their stuff. You can't trust any of the forensics that they put together. So right off the bat, they are making good on that promise that they made in their opening statement, saying, we're going to show you that they're full of crap on everything that they did. There are errors all over the place. At the very least, you can call them errors. There are mistakes. There are things that are incorrect in these things. So this is a good start by the defense right here, where they are already making good on those promises. So yeah, I know. I understand folks in the chat might be saying, maybe they were errors, maybe they were mistakes, maybe they were, fakeries. So this is like, this is a very strong defense team so far. I mean, of course, on redirect, this can always come, the prosecution can come back and try to shore things up. Let's see if they are able to do it. We'll see.
Correct?
Sure.
And then it has Sergeant Good arriving 4 seconds after you, which is also incorrect.
Yep.
He didn't arrive until 6 or 7 minutes after you, right?
Sure.
All right. Have you reviewed this document in the past?
Yes? No.
You've never seen the dispatch log?
No.
Did you ever seek to make sure that the dispatch log that's so important and so vital in an investigation was actually accurate before it was turned over to the defense, for instance?
No, I didn't.
All right. But without that dispatch log, without your dash cam, we would be relying on your dispatch log to be true and accurate. Is that right?
Other than what I'm saying that what happened, correct.
And do you think it's accurate otherwise?
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in order, no. It's not. Not in order, no.
Other than
In
the
time.
order and the time that the officer's responding, is it correct in all other respects in your mind?
Can you rephrase?
Sure.
Say it one more time.
Let's take away the order and the time that the officers responded. Ignore that.
Mhm.
Is the dispatch log otherwise accurate?
Yes.
Take a look at the left-hand column where it's highlighted in green. What's that address?
Highlighting green.
On the screen, it's highlighted.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
I didn't see it.
I don't have the document.
That's okay. It says 32 Fairview.
Did you arrive to 32 Fairview Road?
No,
You arrived to 34 Fairview Road,
that's correct. Yep.
So that even the location on the dispatch log is faulty, is that right?
Sure. Yep.
May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Yep.
Sir, if you're going to clear your throat, please don't do that into the mic.
You testified at a grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
I did.
At that grand jury, do you remember telling the grand jurors what address you actually responded to?
The lights, please.
Don't recall. Probably what I said in the grand
Would it
jury.
refresh your recollection if you took a quick glance
Sure.
at a copy of your grand jury testimony? May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Officer Saraf, I've done you the favor of highlighting a page on page 9. Where did you indicate to the grand jurors that you actually
It
arrived?
says 35 Fairview.
I know what it says. I'm asking if it refreshes your recollection that you actually testified under oath that you responded to 35 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And that is incorrect as well, isn't it?
Yes.
It's 34,
May I approach you on it?
right?
Yes.
Have you reviewed any of the other officers' reports that relate to your dispatch out to the location that you've been testifying to?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review Sergeant Good's report?
No.
Are you aware that have you ever discussed with Sergeant Good that he wrote in his official report that you responded to 32 Fairview Road?
No.
And of course, we just talked about the fact that the dispatch log lists 32 Fairview Road and not 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Correct.
So none of the initial police reports, not the dispatch log, not your police report, apparently not Sergeant Good's, list 34 Fairview Road as the actual location where you responded that morning, correct?
As far as I know, yes. Yes, sir.
Was there an effort on your part or anybody else's, to your knowledge, to mask the actual address of Brian Albert's house as 34 Fairview Road?
No. No.
All those
No,
are
sir,
just
we're just incompetent.
mistakes,
Yes.
over and over and over.
Yes.
When you made contact with the victim and the women that you described yesterday, did you see any evidence that any of the women had been engaged in life-saving measures?
Yes.
What did you see?
It appeared that Karen Reed was doing mouth-to-mouth on John O'Keefe.
You saw, I don't want to get too graphic, but you saw blood on her face?
Yes, I did.
You saw blood on his face?
That's correct.
You saw blood in her hair?
No, I Didn't see anything.
You didn't notice that?
No, I didn't notice that.
Okay. But certainly blood on her face from having engaged in some sort of CPR activity.
Yes,
Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, you said?
it looked like it, yes.
Okay. You also saw Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting with chest compressions. Is that right?
I'm asking a question.
Sorry?
Objection? There's just no question.
No, he can ask it. The question hasn't been asked yet. Finish the question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you
Yeah, that objection was, I think, more than anything to try to interrupt the flow, because right now he's kind of killing it. Now this thing about these details, 34 Fairview Road, like no one disputes where they actually went, right? I think everyone kind of agrees 34 Fairview Road is where this happened. So when he said 35 Fairview Road and then 32 Fairview Road on these various documents, you know, you could look at it and say, okay, but that's not a material fact in this case, right? That's not one of the details that like really matters here. The point that the defense is making, though, is that overall details do matter, right? Like just like my brain just flashed to the show Reacher, where he's like, an investigation, details matter. But he's right, though. Reacher is right. In an investigation, details matter. So, you know, if they're wrong on these details, the question then becomes, are they right on all the other details? Is this the only detail that they happen to get wrong multiple times in multiple places? Or were they just sloppy all over the place? So that it creates this this like ambiguity as to how much we can really trust the investigation and the documents related to the investigation that are meant to track all of these important details. So, you know, it's sort of creating some cracks in the foundation of this investigation. And that ultimately is important as to how much can we rely on. Does that lead to, you know, reasonable doubt creeping up and materializing in this case to the extent that you just can't reliably convict Karen Read? It is important. These are small details, but these small details are going to add up over time if they continue to show these across the board. So, but based on this current like energy momentum level from the defense, it feels like there's going to be a lot more. I don't know if there is. Maybe everything's going to be at the front and then there's like nothing else. I don't know. But at this particular juncture, at this start, like this is like I said before, this is a strong start for the defense, in my opinion.
also see Carrie Roberts seemingly assisting in chest compressions?
I don't remember who exactly it was, but it appeared that somebody was doing
What about
arches.
the third woman, Jennifer McCabe?
They were all around the body.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe ever engage with John O'Keefe as he lay on the ground and assist in any life-saving measures? Did you witness that?
I don't recall.
But you do recall my client engaged.
Yes.
Isn't it true that Jennifer McCabe pulled you aside while my client and Carrie Roberts stayed with John O'Keefe and began engaging you in a conversation?
Yes.
And she was providing some sort of a narrative to you, correct?
Correct.
While the other two women are trying to save John O'Keefe's life, she's talking to you.
For brief seconds, I would say.
For brief seconds?
Yes.
You saw the dash cam video. There was several minutes on the dash cam video where she's standing and having a conversation with you. Are those the brief seconds?
I don't know what time frame you're talking about.
Right after you got there.
Right after I got there.
Correct. Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe do anything physically to help John O'Keefe?
No, I didn't see anything.
Did you?
I mean, a counterpoint to that is how many people can you have to actually be able to help someone with CPR, right? Because having 3 people, that can start to cause problems for a proper CPR like procedure or proper execution of CPR, I should say. So, you know, I also can see the other side of that to say like, well, you know, she didn't want to interfere when other people were already making these attempts and she figured that they were doing a competent enough job, or at least a better job than maybe she could do. I don't know. There are ways of explaining that. So I will say that, look, I'm going to point out points and counterpoints for either side, things that are strengths and weaknesses, things that I see as, you know, convincing or less convincing for either side. So just so you guys know, be ready for more of that.
McCabe offer to you during that brief seconds that you described, this narrative that she was having, this conversation she was having with you, did she ever offer the fact that she was standing in front of her sister's house?
No.
Did she ever offer the fact that her brother-in-law, who lives in the house, is a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you apprised at any time while you were out there that the homeowner was a first responder?
Objection.
Sustained.
Based on your observations between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those women appeared to be more focused on trying to save John's life in the moment?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Can you repeat the question, sir?
Between Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe, which one of those two women, based on your observations, appeared to you to be more focused on physically trying to save John O'Keefe's life in the moment?
At that point, it was Karen Reed.
So these objections, they're not necessarily stating the basis for the objection. I think that there is an understanding between the attorneys and the judge. Probably they're probably extra concerned about snide bars as opposed to sidebars. So I think that might be why they're just stating the objection and she's just responding one way or another. I do appreciate that she's making a decision on the objection on the record and actually really relatively quickly. But the last couple, I think, were at the very least, the last one was, I think, a speculation objection, basically asking anytime that there's asking for his analysis or judgment of something that could be an opinion, which he's a lay witness. He's not an expert. So that could be what that was. But otherwise the prosecution, they've got a number of reasons for wanting to object during this cross-examination.
You would agree with me, Officer Saraf, that in any investigation, details matter, accuracy matters, correct?
Sure.
He's quoting Reacher too. Who knew?
Reports are written in police investigations in order to memorialize observations, things heard, seen, experienced by the officers, correct?
Yes.
And generally speaking, you're trained to write those reports, memorialize those observations as quickly as possible so that things are fresh in your memory.
Correct.
You don't want to write a report about an incident that you respond to today, 2 years from now.
No.
As a matter of fact, you're trained exactly the opposite. When you respond to a scene, somewhat important, you need to get it down on paper as quickly as possible for detail and accuracy, right?
Yes.
You did, in fact, write a report, a supplemental report for this investigation, where you laid out your observations of that morning, correct?
That's correct.
These are called incident reports, correct?
Yes.
I'm holding what appears to be a multi-page document that is entitled an incident report. May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at the tab page
Mhm.
and tell me if you recognize what's on that page.
I'm sorry.
Do you recognize that? All I'm asking you is,
Oh,
you
yes.
recognize that as your report?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did you write that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you write that?
I believe the morning of,
So that would be January 29th,
that's correct.
a little bit later in the morning after you left the scene.
Yes,
And you were reflecting back on what had just happened minutes or hours before, correct?
Yep.
And you were trying to be as truthful as possible, correct?
yes,
You were trying to be as accurate as possible,
yes,
as comprehensive as possible,
yes,
and as thorough as possible.
yes,
You wrote in that report, quote, Karen Reed kept screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" She was severely distraught and not able to tell me what happened. Correct?
that's correct.
That approach?
Yes.
There was no limit to the amount of words that you could put on the page, correct?
No,
Matter of fact, there's a ton of white space. It's left unutilized, right?
that's correct.
You could have taken as much time as you wanted to in writing this report. Is that right?
Sure.
And is that yes?
Yes.
There was no reason to abbreviate anything. Is that right?
No.
And you tried to be as accurate as you possibly could in that moment
Yes.
and put everything down in that report that reflected what you experienced and what you observed and what you heard that morning, correct?
Yes.
And the only statement you attribute to my client on that morning, just hours after the incident or minutes after the incident, was she kept repeating, "Is he dead?" Correct?
Yes.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor the next day, weren't you?
I don't know what day it was, but.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the report.
Sure.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Take a look at that report that's dated March 15, but reflects an interview on January 30, and then tell me if you recognize it.
Looks like his report.
Okay, that's that's Trooper Proctor's report of an interview that he did with you, correct?
Yes.
And if you look on the second page, paragraph about what you stated to Trooper Proctor.
That's highlighted? Is
I
that-
highlighted it for you, yes.
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell Trooper Proctor, let me withdraw that, ask it a different way. Were you trying to be as thorough and comprehensive with Trooper Proctor as you were in your own report?
Yes.
You weren't holding anything back in that interview, correct?
No.
You wanted to be as truthful and as honest as you possibly could?
Yep.
And as comprehensive as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You told Trooper Proctor that you could, quote, hear Karen Reed continually state, "Is he dead?" as the paramedics treated the victim. Officer Saraf then seen Karen inside her friend's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
So the only statement you attributed to my client the day after this incident was those three words, "Is he dead?" that she continually repeated. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
In the two times that you were asked to reflect back on exactly what happened that morning, on January 29th and January 30th, both times you attributed only three words to my client having been repeated continually in her distraught state. "Is he dead?" Right?
Yes.
And she wasn't saying that calmly, I'm assuming.
No,
Matter of fact, you used the word she was severely distraught. Is that right?
that's correct.
When you say severely distraught, we saw part of that on your dash cam. She was emotional,
Yes.
upset,
Yes.
focused on John,
Yes.
trying to save his life,
Yes.
and asking, what was the question that she asked?
Is he dead?
Over and over and over, correct?
Correct.
Then you were asked to testify in April of 2022, April 14th of 2022, at a state-run grand jury by the Commonwealth.
Yes.
Matter of fact, Mr. Lally was the fine prosecutor who was asking you the questions, correct?
Yes.
Between the time you wrote your report on January 29th and you gave a statement officially on January 30th, between that time and when you testified in April of 2022, do you have any meetings with anybody from the Massachusetts State Police?
No.
Do you have any meetings with Mr. Lally?
No.
Did Mr. Lally put you on the stand without talking to you first?
No. For this trial?
Nope. I'm just, the dates in question are up to April 14th, 2022 at grand jury.
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you met with either Mr. Lally or any of his contemporaries to discuss your potential testimony?
Not I don't recall meeting with him for that. No. One time I met with him in his office was a couple of weeks ago with this.
In preparation for this testimony.
Correct.
But your testimony now is that he didn't meet with you or you did not connect with him to discuss your testimony before the April grand jury?
I don't recall.
When you did testify in that grand jury, you changed your story, didn't you?
No.
You believe you testified completely consistently at that grand jury as you had in your report?
I testified for what I remember what happened, sir.
I see. Was your memory better in April than it was minutes or hours after the event?
Generally not.
Is it better?
Was it better or worse?
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you think your memory gets better as time goes on?
Not usually, no.
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 Usually it's the opposite, isn't it?
Yes.
Memories get foggy, they fade.
Yes.
Which is why you write reports the day of the incident, if you can, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what you testified to at the grand jury in April of 2022?
The whole thing?
No,
Oh,
sorry, that was a bad question on my part. Just as it relates to statements attributed to my client,
Yes.
what was your exact testimony in April of 2022?
I'd have to look at my,
Would it refresh your recollection if you saw a copy of your
sure.
grand jury transcript? May I approach?
Yes.
Look at page 18. Let me know once you remember it, once you review that and tell me if that refreshes your recollection.
Yes, it does.
In fact, on April 14th, 2022, months after this event, for the first time, you said, quote, and these are your words, tell me if I get them right. She, this is my fault. I don't know. She said, I can't believe this happened. I mean, she kept asking if he was going to die, if he's dead. And, I just basically said, we're doing the best that we could, end quote.
That's correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
So in April of 2022, for the first time, you attributed the phrase, "This is my fault. I can't believe this happened," to my client, correct?
That's correct.
But nowhere in your official report did you say that.
That's correct.
And nowhere in your interview with Trooper Proctor the next day did you say that.
That's correct.
You think that was a pretty important omission on your part?
It was an oversight.
An oversight.
Yes, sir.
That a woman who you made contact with, standing over the body of a fallen police officer, said to you, "This is my fault." Just missed that one. Yes?
Yes, I missed it. Yeah, I didn't write it down.
And then, of course, you testified yesterday and your statement changed again, right?
I don't,
Remember what you said yesterday, these jurors?
word for word?
Well, I wrote it down. Let's see if this helps. Yesterday, you said, my client said, quote, "It's all my fault. I did this," end quote.
Yes.
Remember that? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't say that at the grand jury.
No.
And you didn't say that to Trooper Proctor.
No, sir.
And you didn't put it in your report.
That's correct.
If you were to testify in another 2 or 3 weeks, I think your statement would just keep evolving.
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, that's argumentative. That's just him making a jab at him.
Now I want to shift gears for a second and talk about what Ms. Reed actually said that morning. You said that you reviewed your dash cam video, correct?
Once.
Do you remember when you arrived, one of the first things out of your mouth was the question, what happened?
Yes,
That would be a natural question to
Sure.
ask.
Yep.
Trying to assess the scene and assess the situation.
absolutely,
And you would want to listen closely to what that answer was, correct?
sure.
Ms. Reed did in fact answer you, didn't she?
I don't recall what she said.
She said, quote, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, end quote. Correct?
I don't know. I don't recall.
You agree, we've already agreed, that details matter in any investigation. They
Absolutely.
certainly matter in this investigation,
knows.
correct?
Yes, sir.
I'd like you to take a look at what's been pre-marked as Exhibit 26. This is about the 3:50 runtime. I'm not looking at the actual I'm not looking at the actual time of day over here. I'm looking at the runtime, which is down at the bottom. So if Mr. Bates, you could put this in Can you pause it? Just to orient everybody, does this appear to be your dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Same dash cam you were looking at yesterday?
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it, Mr. Bates. And pause it. Officer Saraf, just like it's not an eye exam, it's not a hearing exam either. I'm going to do the best I can to raise the volume. And Officer Saraf, I want to focus your attention, if you wouldn't mind, on 9 seconds after you say what happened. Just count in your head and listen very, very carefully to the woman's voice that responds to what she says. Go ahead. Awesome. Very, very hard to hear. Have you listened to that before?
No.
Yeah. I can't
Does it appear to you that she said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home?
I couldn't understand anything.
Okay. Let's replay it one more time. Turn the volume on one more time right at that moment. Listen for a woman's voice just under. Sorry, I was asking Officer Saraf, please listen to, there's a din of noise, obviously, road noise, wind noise, etc. It's your dash cam, the audio from your dash cam. Once you close the door, listen very carefully, about 9 seconds after you say what happened, or a woman's voice, and see if you can make out what that voice says.
Sure.
Stop. Did you hear? I left him and he never came home.
I couldn't understand what they were saying.
You couldn't understand that?
No,
You want to hear it one more time?
No,
I don't think it,
no. Turn the lights on, please.
That's fair. I mean, I have
Now-
the same reaction as the witness.
If my client had said, my boyfriend, I left him and he never came home, would that be something that you would find important to put in your report? Let's move to another area of the dash cam video. I'm going to keep playing it at the 28-minute mark, 28-minute and 20-second mark or so.
So can I see counsel sidebar for just a minute, please?
Okay, so we've got a sidebar here. We can just skip ahead. Time travel. I love it. So we've got the family of John O'Keefe again. What is happening with the sound?
Do you recognize your dash cam video being on the left of the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you looked at Sergeant Good's dash cam video, which is squared up on the right side of the screen?
No,
You've never seen it?
no.
Okay. Does it appear to you that these are two different perspectives of the same scene? In other words, you see the car or the SUV on the left side of the screen right here, correct?
Yes, sir.
See that same SUV right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that appear to be two different perspectives, two different angles,
Yes.
but basically the same thing?
Yes.
Okay. I want to draw your attention to the individuals to the left of the SUV right here. There's a person wearing a hood with fur on it. Is that Carrie Roberts, to your memory?
I don't know.
Okay. There appears to be another person with a darker jacket standing just in front of that person with the hood and fur. You see that person?
Yes.
Okay.
Radar center did that.
I'm going to ask you to focus on the person in the darker jacket.
Sure.
I believe, and the only reason I'm asking you to focus at this point is because I want to try to play this just once and see if you recognize what's depicted in the video.
Sure.
What I expect you may see is this person move out of sight behind the SUV, and then in the background, there's an SUV parked in the driveway. Pay special attention to that portion of the SUV and see if you see that person in the dark jacket pass from right to left in front of that SUV as if they're going to the house. Let's go ahead and play it.
I'm gonna drop the phone.
Go ahead and pause it. Have you seen the person in the dark jacket leave the view?
Yes.
Did she appear to go behind the SUV?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Was that on the recording?
Go ahead and stop track.
That's on
And
the
now I'm going to
recording.
ask to draw your attention to that car with snow on it. Pay special attention to that car as the film continues to run. Go ahead. Pause. Do you see a person standing in front of the car?
It appears to be a person. Yes.
Walking from right to left?
Yes.
Would that be toward the house?
Yes, it would be.
Okay. And also, if you wouldn't mind switching your perspective, now you're looking more at the front of the house.
Ah.
Continue watching the film and see if you see that same person walking toward the house.
Previously, I thought that 34 Fairview Road was on the right side of the street, but it's on the opposite side of the street. Okay, got it.
Stop. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yes. I saw the shadow. Yes.
Right. Shadow of a person
Yes.
walking toward the front of the house. That was Jennifer McCabe going into the house, wasn't it?
I have no idea.
Was it a person going into the house?
It was a person. Yes.
Did you give anybody any permission to go into the house?
No, not my own.
Would you think that a witness in a homicide scene, we can go ahead and raise the lights. Thank you. Would you think that a witness at a homicide scene being allowed to go into a house to make contact with other witnesses?
I didn't know it was a homicide scene, sir.
If I could finish my question. Do you think it's appropriate for a witness at a potential homicide scene, an unconscious person scene, whatever, crime scene,
Yes.
to make contact with other witnesses and begin discussing the situation unsupervised?
Can you rephrase that question, sir?
Do you think that's an appropriate thing to have happen?
I have no answer for that, sir. I don't know what you're asking.
Officer Saraf, when you
It doesn't matter what his answer is. The power in the question is in the question itself, because he's making the point to the jury that this is fishy. This is inappropriate. That's really what he's saying here. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter, what comes out of his mouth right now. This is one of those times where, when it comes to cross-examination, they say, only ask questions to which you know the answers to it. The only exception to that, or one of the few exceptions to that, is when it doesn't matter what it is that they're saying. Like you don't know what they're going to say, but it doesn't matter because the whole point is in the question itself. This is an example of that.
you go to a crime scene,
Yes, sir.
one of the first things that you'd want to do is secure the scene and separate witnesses so that interviews could be conducted, correct?
Sure.
You wouldn't want witnesses just cavorting together and getting their story straight, right?
Correct.
You'd want to avoid that at all costs, right?
Yes. Yes.
And why is that?
So they can't collaborate their story.
Yet there was a person walking from the area where a body was found in the lawn of a house, walking into the house to make contact with other individuals, correct?
It appeared that way, yes, sir.
Does that seem appropriate to you?
No.
Of course not.
Great cross so far.
We've talked a bit about what you did and didn't hear at the scene from my client. At any point when you were at that location, did you hear my client repeating the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
She said, I hit him? No, I didn't hear that part.
You never heard her whisper it, yell it, say it, or otherwise?
Not that I recall.
If you had heard that statement, you likely would have written it down, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have reported that to Trooper Proctor the next day, wouldn't you?
Yes.
You likely would have mentioned it in your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes.
And you did none of those things because you did not hear that statement, correct?
I did not hear that. No.
That's important.
Sir, you were.
This is important because this is one of the sticking points for the prosecution is that she made admissions saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. This is what they're trying to say. Now, there are other witnesses that will be testifying, I think from fire department and elsewhere, saying that they overheard her saying, I hit him. What I have heard her say in interviews in response to that is saying it was a question. I said, did I hit him? I never said I hit him. I said, did I hit him? As in like my brain was trying to like piece together the craziness of the situation. Like, is this in the universe of possibilities? Like, could I possibly have hit him? So this is one of the most hotly debated pieces is whether or not she made this admission or whether she was making statements or questions, just in the heat of the moment with her brain kind of going crazy in hysterics. So, this is very important. So of course the defense is going to want to draw out of this witness and as many witnesses as possible from the scene who were there saying, did you ever hear her say this? No. Did you ever hear her say this? No. Okay. It would have been in your report, right? You would have also told Trooper Proctor about it. So, these are things that are absolutely important for the defense to bring up with every possible witness that they can that was there at the scene. Jillian Smagnotta, thank you so much for the super chat. I'm very impressed with defense counsel in this case. Excellent opening yesterday and fabulous cross with this witness. Cross-exam masterclass, 100%. I absolutely agree. And I say this, like, I have a feeling that there will probably be someone who responds to some of my commentary and says, like, you're, pro-defense or something like that. Like, you're a conspiracy theorist. I am not at this point. I am simply calling the shots from as I see them that are both beneficial and convincing and not convincing and not beneficial to either side. And I'm going to continue to do that. But so far, I see the prosecution not really doing what they need to do. And I see the defense putting on an absolutely stellar case so far. Like I am equally impressed with them as you are, Jillian. All right. 34
Fairview for more than an hour before you cleared the scene, right?
Yes, sir.
You were at the location of the body of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
In other words, you just didn't stay in your cruiser. You walked out to where John O'Keefe was.
No, I was in my cruiser at different times. I
Must have been a bad question.
Okay.
You didn't just stay in your cruiser. At the points, you got out of your cruiser, walked over, made contact with the women, and you were standing next to the body.
yes,
And you were obviously looking around. You noticed some footprints,
yes,
and you even noticed some lack of footprints.
that's correct.
So you were being observant at the area of the body
Yes,
and the area adjacent to the body.
yes,
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place,
yes,
anything of any evidentiary value, correct?
yes,
You never saw or otherwise observed, located a single piece of taillight material, did you?
no,
You certainly didn't see 45
This is another point.
pieces of broken plastic or taillight material, did you?
no,
This is another point. This is another very important point for the defense is you were now this is your important job, right? This is the most important thing for you to do is look for details, look for evidence of anything, right? And so of course you were doing your due diligence to try to observe as much as possible around the body and in this whole area, and you observed, a lack of footprints and all this other kind of stuff. You didn't see any taillights, did you? No, I didn't. That's important for the defense. Very important for the defense because, there's this allegation by the defense that taillight pieces were found there later because they were planted there. That's what the defense is saying. And so this is an important piece for their argument for that so that they're lining up their ducks right now so they can make that argument at closing.
You never located or otherwise observed John O'Keefe's missing shoe
no.
or
Interesting.
any other clothing of his.
Interesting.
No,
Officer Saraf, did you ever think to look inside the house
no,
for that missing shoe?
no,
That never crossed your mind?
Okay, that's weird. That is weird because if this was a heat of moment, kind of like she ran him over and then drove away, like what happened to that shoe then? Did it get caught on the undercarriage of her car and then like got lost on the road? Like that's the only thing that I can think of that's like a counterpoint to that. But that, as I say that doesn't sound convincing. That's just the best thing that I can think of. So that is weird. That is a weird detail that he doesn't have his shoe on him. I don't know. Did like a random homeless person come by and steal one of his shoes, but not the other? Why would they only steal one shoe and not the other? This is weird. That is weird. I admit that. And they didn't look inside the house to check for it. That's another thing that's weird because that's a perplexity. When you see this person, where's his shoe? I don't know. What are the best places to look? The crime scene area, maybe the entire crime scene area.
Mind?
no,
You think that might have been a smart thing to do at the time?
Objection, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question.
Now, that's
Do you
argumentative.
think that would have been appropriate protocol when dealing with a body laying on a lawn that is partially unclothed to look inside the house of the lawn?
no,
You didn't think that would have been an appropriate protocol
no,
for you or anybody else?
no,
Obviously, you did not conduct a search of that house, did you?
no,
And you're aware that to this day, no law enforcement officer ever conducted a search of that house.
I'm not aware of that.
This is a really great cross.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Yeah. At the very least, this is looking like a very shoddy investigation. Just very, very lackluster.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything, Mr. Lally?
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. Interact.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
You were asking questions, you were shown a dispatch log, is that correct?
That's correct.
And dispatch log, as far as the Canton Police Department is concerned, are you aware of sort of how or when or who creates that?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how that document sort of comes into being?
So when a call comes in, an officer is at the desk and, usually the first thing they would do is dispatch, get people going to the scene and get everybody rolling as far as if they need FD, police, whatever resources they need. And basically then type in what the call is and who's going.
So fair to say it's more important to get assets allocated to a scene, especially in the case of an emergency, which is why someone's calling 911, than to ensure that the dispatch time is correct down to the second.
Absolutely.
Now, you were asked some questions about different things that you heard the defendant say, correct?
That's correct.
And you were shown specifically some grand jury testimony from April of 2022 in which you indicated during that testimony that the defendant stated, "This is my fault."
Yes.
And is that based on your memory of what she said?
Yes.
And you also testified yesterday along those same lines, correct?
Correct.
What you testified to before this jury, as far as your memory, is that accurate as to what happened on that scene, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Now, prior to this call, did you know Kerry Roberts?
No.
Did you know Karen Reed?
No.
Did you know John O'Keefe?
No.
Did you know Jennifer McKay?
No.
Based on what you've seen as far as the dash camera, would you be able to differentiate between Jennifer McCabe or Kerry Roberts from that dash camera footage?
No.
Now, while you were on scene, did you see anybody from 34 Fairview Road from that address come outside?
No.
Did you see anybody from any address on that entire street for the entire 90 minutes that you were there come outside?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about some different addresses on Fairview, whether they be 32 or 35. Do you know where either 32 or 35 is located in relation to 34?
It will be next to each other in sequential order.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Recross?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're all set, officer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Lally, who is your next witness?
Your Honor, call with the call officer Stephen Mullaney to the stand.
Okay.
All right.
Stephen Mullaney.
Really quick, LK Ryden member for 1 month. Thank you so much for being a Bike Club member. Happy Walpurgis night to my fellow, am I pronouncing that right? Walpurgis night to my fellow Scandinavians and everyone celebrating. Have fun at the fires tonight. And thank you, Lita, for the coverage. Absolutely. You're welcome. And happy Walpurgis night. Walpurgis or Walpurgis? Let me know in the chat. If it's okay. Okay. Mullaney. This is one of the other officers who arrived at the scene.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You can stand or sit, sir, whatever is more comfortable. Just make sure you speak into the microphone, please. Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Stephen Mullaney, Mullaney.
And how are you employed, sir?
I am employed by the Canton Police Department as a patrolman.
How long have you been a patrolman for the Canton Police?
Since July 2020 and a full-time officer since August 2021.
And if I could call your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022 into the morning of January 29th, 2022. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes, I was working the 11:45 p.m. to 7:45 a.m. patrol shift.
And were you dispatched to a call shortly after 6 a.m. on the 29th?
Yes, I was.
And where were you dispatched to and what was that in regards?
34 Fairview Road for a unresponsive party.
Now, if I could turn back just for a second, as far as when you're assigned as far as a patrolman with the Canton Police, are there different sort of geographic sectors within the town to which you're assigned?
Yep, I was assigned to the east sector.
And it's Fairview Road within that east sector?
It's the west sector.
So you were assigned to the east sector, but dispatched to a call in the west sector, is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know why that was?
Yes, east. The east sector backs up the west sector.
Prior to this, on the 28th, going into the 29th, were you
Why
aware?
don't you hold on a minute for them? Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Oh, thank you. So on the 28th, going into the 29th, what, if any, awareness did you have as far as the weather forecast, or what was predicted as coming?
I believe around midnight it began to snow.
And that's while you're on shift, is that correct?
Yes.
When you're on shift and you're on patrol, particularly when there's a weather situation as far as snow or something like that, what is it that you're doing on patrol?
Well, I stayed in the parking lot that shift, so didn't get stuck anywhere.
And as far as the snow that was predicted and the snow that fell, how much precipitation, what kind of a storm was it?
Well, by the morning it was pretty heavy snow.
And by the morning, by what time?
Around 6 a.m.
By the time that you were dispatched to that call, we were just talking about the snow was picking up and getting heavy.
Yes.
And as you were, so you were at the station when you received the dispatch, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And about how far away is Fairview Road from where you were at the station?
Mile and a half, 2 miles.
And can you describe to the jury sort of the route that you took going from the station to Fairview Road that
Yep.
morning?
I took a right onto Washington Street from the station, and then I took a right onto Dedham Street from Washington Street, a left onto Cedar Crest from Dedham, and then a left onto Fairview Road from
Reminding me
Cedar
of
Crest.
The Californians
And
on us
so
now.
Fairview Road runs sort of between two other more major roads in Canton, fair to say?
Yes.
And you mentioned Cedar Crest, is that correct?
Yes.
And Cedar Crest is off of Dedham.
Correct.
And so what is the other sort of major road on the other sort of intersecting side of Fairview Road?
Chapman Street.
So when you're coming from Cedar Crest onto Fairview, about how far into Fairview is 34?
2 houses down on the right.
So the house would have been on your right, is that correct?
Correct.
And in addition to yourself, who, if anyone else from your department was dispatched to this call as well?
Officer Saraf.
And who, if anyone, arrived first?
Officer Saraf had arrived prior to my arrival.
And Officer Saraf, as far as which direction was his cruiser facing? The same as yours, directly at yours, or something else?
I don't recall.
You recall seeing Officer Saraf during your en route time, sort of between the station and arriving on the scene?
I do not know.
Now, as far as when you're driving from the station to the scene, what, if anything, do you recall about sort of the road conditions, visibility, anything like that?
Visibility was difficult. I don't exactly recall how far you could see, but it was definitely coming down.
And at this point in time, on January 29th, just after 6 a.m., what is sort of the lighting conditions? Has the sun come up yet? Is it dark out, or what's going on?
It was still dark out.
And if you recall, what was sort of the vehicular traffic on the roadway between the station and your arrival on Fairview Road?
I don't recall there being any traffic.
Now, as far as when you are coming to the scene, do you recall whether or not you had to activate sort of your lights or your sirens or anything like that?
I believe I would have used the blue lights.
You recall using sirens?
I do not recall whether or not I used sirens.
And if you know, about how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on Fairview?
3 minutes approximately.
And when you arrive there, what, if anything, is sort of the first thing that you see?
I saw Officer Saraf towards like the front lawn, kind of surrounding the victim. There's a couple other people as well. And the fire department was on arrival right about the same time.
And so, beyond yourself and Officer Sarah from Canton Police, were there other sort of town assets that were dispatched to this call as well?
The fire department.
And when you say the fire department, how many sort of vehicles or what was their response as far as?
I believe they had a fire engine and ambulance.
And do you recall if the fire engine and the ambulance came from sort of the same side as you from Cedar Crest, or did they come into the scene from from the opposite side as far as from?
I think they had come down Chapman Street to Fairview, and they were facing towards Cedar Crest.
Now, so you arrive there, you see Officer Saraf and people from the fire department, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated that you saw a person on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
And just for clarity purposes, at some point subsequent to this, you were able to identify the person that was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was John O'Keefe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where the other people that you indicated were there, where were they in relation to John O'Keefe?
I think I don't really recall where everybody was upon my arrival, but I think everyone was kind of like in the vicinity around the curb to the street.
Now, as far as when you're first arriving, you're pulling up to the scene, were you able to see Mr. O'Keefe on the ground at that point, or did? I saw people around him, but I had to get closer before I saw the victim on the ground. And so the other people that you saw around him, were they kneeling down, standing up, or something else?
I believe Officer Saraf was still standing up. I don't recall anyone else.
And so fair to say you saw Officer Saraf standing up near Mr. O'Keefe before you actually saw Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, this particular area where you saw Officer Saraf standing up and Mr. O'Keefe, Officer O'Keefe on the ground, what, if any, sort of additional ambient lighting did you observe in that area? Was there any street lights or anything like that around there?
Not that I recall.
Now, in addition to Officer Saraf, at some point did you encounter some other individuals or civilian people on scene?
Yep. Miss Jen McCabe.
And in addition to Miss McCabe, were there any other female parties there as well?
Yeah. Carrie Roberts.
And in addition to Miss Roberts, was there any other female parties there?
Yes. Miss Reed.
And just to be clear, you see Miss Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Okay. Could you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black dress.
That's the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now,
Really quick, also, Draco Amy, thank you so much for gifting one Legalbytes membership. So Jillian Simenioto, you are you've been gifted a membership. So welcome, I think welcome back to Bike Club, if I remember correctly. Or no, welcome to Bike Club. So anyway, hope that you can join us on Friday for our casual members only live stream. Yeah, happy to have you here.
prior to this call, did you have any prior sort of familiarity with Karen Reed?
No.
With John O'Keefe?
No.
With Jennifer McCabe?
No.
With Carrie Roberts?
No.
And when you arrive and you make those sort of initial observations, where is it that you go? What, if anything, do you do?
The fire department began their life-saving measures, and at one point we were able to get them onto the stretcher or onto a backboard, I believe it's called, and then onto a stretcher.
And what, if any, involvement did you have with that?
I assisted the fire department in placing them on the backboard and then helping get them onto the stretcher.
Now, as far as you mentioned that the where you came and located Mr. O'Keefe, you recall sort of what position his body was in when you first observed him?
He was lying face up, as was back on the ground.
And you recall where he was in relation to the roadway, if you could tell?
Yeah, he was on the front lawn. Oh, I didn't know exactly where the curb was, but I would think about, approximately 10 feet from the curb.
And so you mentioned that you couldn't tell exactly where the curb was. Why is that?
There was snow on the ground.
So the snow sort of covered the curb at that time that you're there, is that correct?
Yes.
But you approximately was about 10 feet into the lawn.
Yeah.
And The snow on the ground that you observed at the time when you first arrived, about how much snow had accumulated on the ground?
I'd say at that point, approximately 6 inches.
And what, if any, snow did you observe on any part of Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first saw him?
There was really no snow, but you could tell that he had been in the conditions. It was almost as if it was like water, kind of like frozen on kind of to his face.
And did you make any observations, or what, if any, observations did you make beyond his face as far as sort of the rest of his body?
I don't recall really any other observations.
Do you recall how he was dressed?
I do not.
Do you recall what, if any, snow was on any other part of his body?
I do not.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, what, if any, observations did you make as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe at that initial time?
I did not recall any injuries.
So nothing stood out to you, is that correct?
No, correct.
Did you even
And
look at his face?
you assist the fire department getting him onto a backboard, correct?
Yes,
And where did Mr. O'Keefe go from there?
to the ambulance.
Did you go to the ambulance as well?
Not that I recall, no.
So fire department sort of takes over care of Mr. O'Keefe at that point.
Yes.
So after Mr. O'Keefe is lifted up, when he's lifted up, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the grounds that had been underneath Mr. O'Keefe and where he was?
I didn't recall anything. Observe anything? No,
Out to you?
no,
You recall even looking sort of in that area?
no. I think he was in front of me, so I wouldn't have seen what was under him.
And so after Mr. O'Keefe is taken by members of the fire department over to the ambulance, what is it that you did?
Officer Saraf, at that point, we were trying to identify the victim, so I spoke to Miss McCabe.
And without sort of anything that Ms. McCabe told you, about how long period of time did you talk to Ms. McCabe gathering information?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And who, if anyone else, did you speak with attempting to gather information regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Miss McCabe's the only one I recall speaking to.
Now, as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if anything, do you recall her sort of doing as you're on scene and as you're going about what you're trying to do?
She was screaming, "Is that my boyfriend? Is he dead?"
When you say screaming in a
Later.
fairly loud voice, correct?
Very, very loud, yes.
And as far as that sort of phraseology, as far as is he dead, how many times was that something she said? Once, more than once, or something?
Repeated many times.
And with the same sort of volume that she had said it with, as you described the first time?
Yes.
I don't know how this helps the state. That and the 6 inches of snow underneath his body. It seems like it's been snowing for a while when they found him.
And as far as,
Unless
if you
they
know,
say
about how
otherwise.
long was the ambulance on scene before it left to go to the hospital?
10 minutes approximately.
Do you know what hospital it went to?
Good Samaritan.
And after the ambulance left and went to the hospital, where did the three women that you're talking about being defendant, Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, where did they go?
I believe they left the scene.
So did you have any, or what, if any, conversations did you have with any of them following that?
None.
Now, as far as Ms. Reed, the defendant, is concerned, what, if anything, else did you observe as far as her saying or her demeanor or anything like that?
Just the screams and she was very distraught.
Now, at some point, did Ms. Reed sort of stay in one place, or where did Ms. Reed go sort of around the cruisers and the ambulance and all of that?
I believe she went into one of the vehicles. I don't know if it was a cruiser or one of the cars. Just stay warm.
And the other two women that were with her, as far as Ms. McCabe, Ms. Roberts, were they in the same general vicinity as the defendant, or were they separated, if you recall?
I don't recall.
Now, at some point after they had left the scene, what, if anything, were you advised by your dispatch in regard to Ms. Reed?
We were dispatched that, or Canton Control had advised us that she's making suicidal statements.
And so based on that, what, if anything, did you or the other officers that you were on scene with do at that point?
I don't recall exactly who, but someone had called Miss Roberts to have Miss Reed come back to the scene, and we section 12 there.
And so about how much time elapsed between the time that you learned that from dispatch and the time that Ms. Reed arrives back on scene with Ms. Roberts?
5 minutes, approximately.
Now, you mentioned that there may have been other.
I don't know what section 12 means. I assume it has something to do with like restraining someone who is, you know, making statements about wanting to hurt themselves. But this is one of those times when it would be helpful if the direct examiner stops and says, can you explain to the jury what that is in case they don't know?
Officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
So in addition to yourself and Officer Saraf, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene while you were there?
Sergeant Good arrived, Sergeant Lank at the time, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And when was that in relation to when yourself and Officer Saraf arrived on scene?
Sergeant Good was there shortly after, and then Sergeant Lank shortly after him, and then Lieutenant Gallagher after that.
And in total, as far as sort of the earliest and the longest, about how long was it until Lieutenant Gallagher arrived on scene?
I'd say less than 45 minutes.
And in total, how long was it that you were on scene that morning?
90 minutes to 2 hours.
And during the course of time that you were on scene, at some point, did the sun come up?
Yes.
And during the time that you were on scene, as far as the conditions, and let me ask just a little bit more about that. So you indicated something about snow being on the ground and not being able to see the curb, correct?
Yes.
What, if any, sort of other things in addition to that, from a weather perspective? What was the temperature like out at that time?
It was very cold. It's cold.
Could you or do you have any estimate as far as to how cold?
25, and it was windy.
And when you say windy, could you expound upon that as far as like what kind of wind? Are we talking constant wind, gusts, or something?
I would say gust to constant.
And fairly strong winds, light winds, what kind of?
Not necessarily strong, light winds, but it was definitely windy.
And during that sort of total time, about 90 minutes or so that you were on scene, was the weather consistent throughout that entire period that you were on scene?
That I recall, yes.
Now, in the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the lawn, after his body was removed by the fire department, what, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area?
Nothing.
Now, again, you said that Ms. Reed was brought back to the scene or around Fairview Road at the same time by Ms. Roberts, correct?
Correct.
You know where she went from there?
She was transported to Good Samaritan.
Different ambulance than had taken Mr. O'Keefe?
Correct, different ambulance, yep.
Now, as far as Mr. O'Keefe was concerned, you assisted getting him onto the backboard, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you also assist getting him onto the stretcher?
Yes.
And beyond sort of the visual observations that you made, did you have occasion to, in that process, have any sort of tactile observations? Did you come into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's body at any point?
No.
Beyond what you've already testified to, did you make any other observations at any point of Mr. O'Keefe, his body, or any injuries?
No, not that I recall.
Yeah, you said you didn't see any injuries. He didn't recall any injuries, I should say.
Sir, I'm going to direct your attention up to the screen over here. Ms. Gilman, if you could just put up Exhibit 25 and just sort of pause it as soon as it comes up. So, Officer Mullaney, I'm directing your attention to the screen, what's been marked as Exhibit 25. Generally speaking, what's depicted up on the screen here, is that consistent with what you recall as far as the conditions when you were responding to Fairview Road that morning?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could ask for exhibit number 3. Yes. I'm sorry, exhibit number 9. That's my fault. And Officer Mullaney, directing your attention to what's up on the screen, has been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
What do you recognize?
That's 34 Fairview.
And that's how it's depicted in that photograph. Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed of the residents on the morning of January 29, 2022?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. And again, Officer Mullaney, what's up on the screen? Do you recognize what's depicted in Exhibit 8?
Hey,
Yes.
Andrea.
And what do you recognize?
Hey, Alita. Long
Here.
time no see.
So,
I know it's been a while. How are you?
Oh, it's been a minute. I am just like, I'm entranced by this trial.
Me too. Me too. So sorry, folks. I'm pausing it real quick so that we can say hi to Andrea. If you do not know who she is, this is Andrea Burkhart. She is an incredible defense attorney. And we met during the Johnny Depp coverage, and she has some awesome commentary on all of the cases that she talks about. I'm going to link your channel in the description below. So folks can check you out if they all don't already know about you, which if they don't, they should. So
Well,
have you
thank
been watching so far today?
I have, yes, I have. I don't know where the Commonwealth is going here. I really don't. I'm baffled by the strategy that we're seeing.
I agree. I think conversely, I think the defense looks amazing right now. They are absolutely executing on all of the promises that they made already in their opening statement. They're off to a fantastic start, and a really strong, just a lot of momentum, I would say, just starting with that first cross-examination.
Oh, absolutely. And I think they are focused in a way that the Commonwealth has not been. We've just received, I mean, all the way back to the opening, this just flurry of names and details without any sort of tying any of it together to tell us, what does this mean? And how does this lead us to the conclusion that Karen Reed murdered John O'Keefe? None of that is there. And we're not really seeing them develop anything, you know, by showing us videos of people shoveling snow. And it's just bizarre. Whereas the defense is clearly, they know the facts that they're there to elicit. They get in, they get out, they establish it, and that's it. So just from a like respecting the jury's time standpoint alone, you know that the defense is scoring way more points here than the Commonwealth is so far.
Right. I mean, and also it's like, you know, I go back to that so often where it's like, you know, if a tree falls in the woods and nobody hears it, did it make a sound? If, you know, you get great evidence out in a courtroom, but the jury's not paying attention because you're taking forever to get there. Like, does it really matter for the case? Not really.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
if it doesn't make their minds that it doesn't help.
The concern is if you're just dropping information out there throughout the course of the trial and you're not tying it together for the jury, you haven't done it in your opening, you're not doing it as you go. You're putting a lot of investment in your ability to tie all of that together in closing, or you're just expecting the jury to kind of do your job for you by putting all of these pieces together. And just what we already saw with the opening, I do not have a lot of confidence in the Commonwealth's ability to take these pieces and use them to tell a coherent story that's going to resonate with a jury.
Yeah. And 8 weeks is a long time for the jury to forget all of this stuff and just basically like disregard a bunch of stuff that could be very important to the prosecution.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Hezo wants to know, how do you feel about all of the what if any's in this trial?
Oh God, we're all having flashbacks, aren't we? You know, it's still, it kills me. I feel like this is an East Coast thing or something, with the way that they treat leading questions. They seem to think leading questions include things that are not actually leading. So the way that I have always practiced, always understood this, is that a leading question is one that suggests the answer in it. And so it's the difference between did you do something and isn't it true that you did something? They seem to take a much broader view of leading questions where, I mean, I guess if you're going at all ahead of what the witness has already testified to, that you're, I guess, being suggestive or something like that. And so that's why they use all of this what if any, is to try to avoid that, I guess, just process of kind of communicating to the witness, here's where I want us to go next. I'm not telling you what to say about it, but I'm just trying to guidepost you to what we're talking about here, to avoid an objection that's leading. They use so much of this what if any. It would be easily fixed by just, let's be technical about what's leading and what's not. You can ask somebody, what did you observe? You don't have to say, what if anything did you observe? But if you want to, really be strict with that, you can require the prosecutor to say, did you observe anything? And once they say yes, then the prosecutor can ask, what was it that you observed?
Yes,
but
exactly.
Yes, the what if any is a little bit traumatic. And there's so many of these throat clearing statements that he has, these verbal tics, as far as is a big common one. Sort of everything is sort of with this guy. You need to be asking precise questions, not sort of questions. I mean, sort of has so much wiggle room in there. It seems like he's thinking aloud as he's asking his questions. And the only way he's really been able to ask a targeted question has been when it's leading, when he does all of this, well, is that correct? Type of phraseology, which of course is objectionable, but the defense is obviously not objecting because it doesn't matter at this point. But as soon as it does matter and they start to hammer him, I have to wonder if he is going to have the skill set to be able to reframe his questions without just sort ofing himself into ambiguity.
Yeah. Yeah. Are we gonna have a similar moment in this trial where, he exasperatedly says to the judge, "I'm trying, Your Honor." We'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yes, I echo all the same thoughts. Absolutely. Agree. And the thing is, I wonder how many of these attorneys that use what if any so often, if they have talked to jurors afterwards, if anyone has ever told them that, like, that was driving me absolutely bananas when you did that. Maybe they haven't done any high profile trials before, where there's attention on what they're doing. But now, of course, there's obviously a microscope on everything that they are doing in this courtroom, and people are going to comment on it.
Sure.
So I wonder if they're going to take notice at some point. I mean, during Deputy Heard, they Elaine didn't seem to change course.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah. And I think so much of this stuff too, it just becomes a matter of habit. He's probably, he's not obviously not a rookie. He's been doing this for a long time, and it's never come up that he's had to correct that. So he's just in the habit of doing it that way. That's what makes me a little bit concerned about his ability to adapt on his feet. Once it inevitably is gonna come up that his questions are objected to.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. Okay, well, excuse me. So let's get back to the testimony here, and I'll let me know if you've got any thoughts, any comments that you want to give, and I'll pause along the way so that we don't talk over testimony.
I'll freak out in my seat and be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Now, with regard to the residence, if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing the residence as in the previous photograph, the area of the lawn where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe laying on his back with his face up, would that be to the left of the residence, the right of the residence, or dead center, or something else?
Left.
And
Also, sorry, we just started again, but hey, Nate, how's it going?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Hey,
Good to see you too.
haven't seen you guys in such a long time. What's going on?
I know it's been a while. It's been a while.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. You're watching this crazy case. This crazy case.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes. Have you been catching it too?
Yeah, I've heard of the Karen Reed trial, but and I've seen the details, but I just always find it so fascinating that we can get to this point. I really honestly think she should take a plea because I think they have enough. But she wants to go down this road, so we'll see.
Yeah.
I mean, so far though, I mean, it seems like this was the wise decision on her part from what we've seen so far. There's a lot of trial ahead, of course, so
That's
anything
true.
can happen. But at this point, I mean, it seems like she's spent her money very well on very good attorneys.
Yes.
So
These guys are very impressive, I have to say.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
for sure. For sure. Okay. All right. I'm gonna continue with testimony. Let me know if you want me to pause for thoughts.
What, if anything, did you observe sort of in that general area as far as any sort of landmarks or things that were in that area?
A fire hydrant and a flagpole.
And may I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
So, sir, reason this, I'm going to try not to blind anybody. This is a laser point, which we just push that button there. And
Okay.
So, officer, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer directly, if you could direct the jury's attention to where in that photograph, if anywhere, you recall Mr. O'Keefe's body being located when you first.
Right in this area.
Thanks. If I may have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
And officer, you can. Thanks. I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your
Oh,
Honor.
my goodness. All right. Cross-examination.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
Officer Mullaney, you and I have never met before, correct?
Correct.
We've never spoken about this case.
No.
Is it fair to say that when you were dispatched to 34 Fairview Road on January 29th of 2022, you were a part-time officer at that point?
No, it's full time.
When did you start at the Canton Police Department?
July 2020.
Did you start as a part-time officer?
I did.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood your testimony. You actually became full-time in August of 2021.
Correct, sir. Yeah.
All right. So you had been full-time at that point for about 6 months when you received this call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that you were the junior officer on scene?
Yes, it is.
You had testified that you approached Fairview from the Cedar Crest side, correct?
Yes.
34 Fairview Road is much closer to the Cedar Crest side than it is to the Chapman side, correct? And when you take a left on Cedar Crest to enter Fairview Road, 34 Fairview is the second house on the right. Does that make sense?
From Cedar Crest? Yes.
Yes. And you were quickly surmising that whatever action was taking place there was taking place on the front lawn of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the first things that you saw was there appeared to be a woman giving CPR to somebody on the ground.
Yeah, yes.
You didn't know who that woman was at the time, correct?
No, sir.
But you later learned her identity.
Yes, I don't recall which female it was that was given CPR though.
Okay. So you don't recall that it was Karen Reed who was giving CPR to John O'Keefe?
I don't know who it was.
At some point in time, you came in contact with Karen Reed, correct, while you were on scene?
Not direct contact, but that was on scene when she was there.
mean, you were there until about 8 a.m., correct?
Yes.
And you were dispatched shortly after 6 a.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
You were there for approximately 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
You were there when Karen Reed was there when you showed up, correct?
Yes.
She left and she came back to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you were there when she came back, correct?
Yes, sir.
So with regard to your contact with her, she certainly was within eyeshot, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you actually at some points were closer to her than you are to me right now, correct?
Yeah.
How close did you get to her?
10 feet.
All right. With the court's permission, I'd like to walk toward you and have you stop me when I'm at the point when you were at your closest to Karen Reed. Can I do that, Your Honor?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Right there.
Okay. And when you were this close to her, and you're estimating this to be about 10 feet, correct?
Sure.
When you were this close to her, was there anything blocking your view of her face?
Not that I recall.
All right. You noticed, obviously, that she had blood on her face, correct?
I did not notice that, no.
You didn't notice that she had blood in her hair?
I did not notice that.
You did notice that she was absolutely hysterical.
Yes.
She was completely distraught.
Yes.
She appeared to be in shock.
Yes.
Still by the sea, thanks for the super chat. And yes, please.
And there was
Like the
a
video.
contrast between that demeanor that you observed with regard to Karen Reed and the demeanor of one of the other women on scene, Jennifer McCabe, was there not?
Can you kind of explain further?
Sure. Karen Reed was screaming, correct?
Yes.
She was yelling, correct?
Yes.
She was hysterical and distraught, correct?
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was not.
Correct.
And you actually had more contact, direct contact with Jennifer McCabe that morning, correct?
Yes.
And you spoke to Jennifer McCabe for a good 2 minutes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face to face.
Yes, sir.
You were closer to Jennifer McCabe than you ever got to Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
You were able to observe her demeanor.
Yes.
You were able to hear her tone of voice.
Yes.
You were able to hear how loudly she was speaking, correct?
Yes.
You were able to hear how quickly she was speaking.
Yes.
During those 2 minutes that you were face to face closer to Jennifer McCabe, she was not screaming, correct?
Correct.
She was not yelling.
Correct.
She was not hysterical.
Correct.
She was not distraught.
Yes.
She was calm.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it, but let's move on.
Jennifer McCabe didn't have any blood on her face, correct?
No.
And you didn't see any blood in Jennifer McCabe's hair, correct?
No.
Now, with regard to what you heard Karen Reed scream that morning, I just want to make sure I get your testimony correct. I believe on direct examination, you stated that she kept repeating 2 phrases, one being, "Is he dead?" and the second being, "That's my boyfriend," correct?
Yes.
And how many times do you think that she repeated those 2 phrases?
It's quite a bit. More than 10.
Okay, like almost too many times to count, really.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And each time she said, "Is he dead?" what was her tone of voice?
Screaming very loudly.
Each time she said, "Is that my boyfriend?" what was her tone of voice?
Same.
And you got there not long after Officer Saraf, correct?
Correct.
In any of during the time, let me strike that, during the time that you were on scene and you heard Karen Reed screaming and yelling in this distraught and hysterical manner, you never once heard her say, "I did it," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "It's my fault," correct?
I did not.
You never once heard her say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," correct?
I did not.
If you had heard any of those statements, you would have recognized that those would have been important to note, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you would have noted those in your police report, obviously, correct?
Yes.
Because you know that when you're drafting a police report, you want to include all the important details, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you want to be precise and accurate, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't put those statements in your report because you never heard those statements come out of Karen Reed's mouth.
Yes, sir.
This is important because remember, like I said earlier, the defense is attacking this idea that she made admission saying, I hit him. So, like I said earlier, they are going to, with every single cross-examination of everyone that showed up to the scene that morning, they're going to ask them about it. Did you hear this? No. Did you hear that? No. And just reinforce it, hammer it again and again and again so that the jury basically, hopefully from the defense perspective, takes that on and says, okay, maybe she didn't say this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Now, while you were on scene, at some point in time, you were asked to participate in a search for evidence on that front lawn. Were you not?
I was standing by. I didn't directly search for anything that I recall.
All right, and when you say you were standing by the area where John O'Keefe's body had been,
Yes.
correct? And how close were you to that area?
I was right off the curb at that point on the street.
How many feet from where the body had been?
10 to 12 feet. 15
Okay,
feet.
so maybe about the same distance as when I walked toward you, around that distance?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And how much time did you spend around that distance from where John O'Keefe's body had been?
I don't recall.
You were there for 2 hours, correct?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that you were sort of in and around that area multiple times during that 2 hours?
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody put up any crime scene tape at all?
I don't recall that.
You recall other officers sort of searching that area, correct?
Yes.
And while you were near that area, you were certainly paying attention to it, correct?
Yes.
Did you see officers use any equipment to clear some of the snow in that area?
Yes, sir.
What did you see?
There was a leaf blower.
Where did that leaf blower come from?
I don't know.
Who had the leaf blower?
I believe it was Lieutenant Gallagher.
When did Lieutenant Gallagher arrive on scene?
45 minutes after I did, approximately. I don't recall the exact time.
And how big was that leaf blower?
Not too big. It was
Was it handheld or was it something that you pushed?
handheld.
And who used the leaf blower?
Lieutenant Gallagher.
At what area or on what area did he use that leaf blower?
The front lawn.
And would that have been around the area where John O'Keefe's body had been?
Yes.
And you were watching him as he did that, correct?
Yes.
What other officers were in that area sort of watching what was going on or participating in the search for what was going on?
I don't necessarily recall where everybody was, but I believe it would be Sergeant Link and Sergeant Good.
And they were superior officers, correct?
Correct.
And you understood that these brother officers of yours were looking for evidence, right?
Yes.
They were looking for clues about potentially what had happened to John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
And you were paying attention too as they were doing their work, correct?
Yes.
You were looking for anything that might have been out of place, correct?
Yes.
If there was something large there that didn't appear to, be appropriate for a front lawn, you would have made note of that, correct?
Yes.
And if there was something small there, you would have still made note of that if it didn't appear to belong on a front lawn, correct?
Yes.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
Also important for the defense to reinforce.
Wasn't there at the time.
Yep.
Now, when you came to the scene, John O'Keefe was still lying on the ground, correct?
Yes.
Did you see whether or not there were any blankets on scene?
No.
Did you know that one of the women on scene had a sister who lived in that very house?
I did not.
When you were speaking with Jennifer McCabe, at any point, did you learn whether she had actually gone into that house at all?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see Jennifer McCabe approach that house at any point when you were on scene?
No.
Were you alerted at any point by anyone that she went into that house while you were on scene?
No.
Did you ever see Jennifer McCabe come out of that house with blankets or anything else that might comfort John O'Keefe?
No.
What was your state of mind regarding whether there were any first responders in that house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Nobody told you.
No.
You had testified that at one point you saw Karen Reed being escorted into a motor vehicle,
Yes.
and that was one of the women on scene, her motor vehicle?
Yes, it was either that or a cruiser.
All right.
Both kind of the same area.
But you'll agree with me, at no point in time did you see Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe in a vehicle together?
Not that I recall, no.
And at no point in time did you ever hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to Google anything?
No.
I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
All right.
I do
Redirect.
appreciate the textbook cross-examination.
Yes.
Yeah, very much. I see there's a question in the chat about the lack of basis for the objections.
Officer Mullaney.
Yeah. Let me pause it real quick.
Yeah, I wanted to address this real quick because this came up during that final hearing that they had where they gave, made the final rulings before trial. And I had caught that because Judge Canoni had specifically said, when you object, don't state a basis. You simply say whether you object or not. That's how she wants it done in her courtroom. It's like an extreme version of, no talking objections so that you aren't telling the jury all kinds of stuff through your litigation of the legal issue. But it is quite extreme because normally, yes, you need to state the basis for your objection, even if it's just a simple term, foundation, hearsay. I mean, whatever form of the question, whatever the general objection is, you need to state that. She told them specifically not to. And the question is from an appeal standpoint, how is the court supposed to review that? Well, I'll tell you, this is quite a clever move that she's done because in most courts, in most appellate courts, there is going to be a rule that you can affirm the trial court judge on any basis for which the record is adequate to reach that conclusion. And so basically what that means is that say, for example, the state was objecting and they objected on hearsay grounds and the judge sustained that. That could potentially be error if the court looks at it and they're like, well, no, this wasn't offered for the truth or something like that. This was not a basis. So what she's basically doing is she's leaving the door open for the state to go in on appeal and then argue any basis whatsoever to justify this objection. And if that is arguable, if that would have been within the trial court's discretion to sustain that objection, then they'll affirm it because they can do that for any reason. They can't reverse for any reason on the record, but they can affirm for any reason on the record. So it's just a little clever way of taking advantage of that procedural kind of preference that the judge gets in making those types of rulings.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I hadn't thought about that aspect. I just got as far as she's trying to prevent snide bars, like what we saw in the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. But that's a huge issue. That's a huge issue. And yeah, you're right. It does. Indy has thoughts. She doesn't like either. But it's a little bit sneaky, and it does seem to be a self-protective move by the judge when you explain it that way. Interesting. Thank you so much for that comment. And yeah, I saved that for you. Any questions in the chat? I see, and I save them for when we pause and take a moment to address some of these. Let me get a couple others too, just so that we get caught up on some of these questions. Karen Lester also asked, which of the defense team are from local area versus out of state? I heard some were from California. So Alan Jackson, the first guy that was starting off today with a cross-examination of that first witness, he's from Los Angeles. He originally, both of the lead attorneys were former prosecutors. But Alan Jackson was known for convicting Phil Spector. So that is interesting. I'm kind of curious to go back and that was televised. I kind of want to go back and see his performance in that and see, if anything's changed over the years. But anyway, just an interesting factoid. Baz 80s question. There is talk about the DA being a witness. What's the story with the DA? Why is it a big point? I haven't heard anything about them. My understanding on this, and I am not the most well-researched person on the background lore details on this, but my understanding is that there's an allegation that he's involved in this whole kind of cover-up conspiracy. And so that's why they want to have him on the witness list. Do you have any more details on that?
Yeah, there's been several bases raised for this alleged conflict of interest. The defense had moved to disqualify the prosecuting attorney's office shortly before trial. That was denied. And so the basis that they had raised at that point was a couple of things. One, this witness, the ATF officer Brian Higgins, had made some comment that at this point it's not clear exactly who he was referring to, but that somebody from the prosecutor's office had told them that they could go ahead and destroy their cell phones, even though there was a court order to preserve those cell phones in place. So I think the question there would be, to what extent, did the DA himself make that statement? Was that something that he knew of and approved of, that type of thing? That's, allowing your witnesses to destroy their evidence when a court order says that you can't do that is pretty significant. And so then the other piece had to do with a press conference that he gave, where he made a whole number of statements about the evidence that was expected and things like that. The judge basically said that it reached the point of violating it exceeded the level of impropriety that the rules basically established, the professional rules established for making comments like this before a trial. But nevertheless, wasn't going to disqualify him or his office. So these statements that he made are likely to be, at issue as well.
Interesting.
To what other extent, they can pin him to this alleged frame up and, his involvement in it, his potential role in this FBI investigation that they're not really allowed to talk about, but is, still kind of lurking there because the jury is hearing, or going to hear about grand jury proceedings and testimony and stuff like that. I think still kind of remains to be seen. But that's generally what they're getting at with the DA, is saying he has made himself a witness to this by giving instructions to witnesses, potentially by making these types of public statements that don't appear to be backed up by what the evidence is going to be in court.
Wow.
Sounds like the Fannie Willis saga all over again.
Fannie Willis all over again. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's wild. That's wild. And then one more question, then we'll get back to it. Mary Jane, really not Sarah, says question is the what if anything going to make the jury hate the prosecution? I mean, I can just tell you from my perspective, it's very grating on me. I don't know. You guys let us know in the chat. What do you think? Is it driving you nuts like it is me? Jury might be feeling the same way, but of course we never quite know, right? Because we're not them. They're individuals. They've got their own brains.
But that's what is it? That's the catch-all for the open-ended question. What if anything?
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I'm irritated by a lot more by other things that are going on here. I already mentioned the prosecutors, just verbal tics that are driving me insane. The sort ofs are terrible. They're driving me nuts. But I also hate when people, prosecutors, attorneys, they can't just speak in plain language that everybody understands. They have to, I don't know, flash it up for some reason. And what always jumps out at me when I'm hearing a trial like this is when you say prior to, subsequent to, right? It makes it sound like very official and formal and authoritative and whatnot, but you should just say before and after. It's much easier for the jury to follow. You're not helping them understand what's going on by aggrandizing your language instead of just simplifying it to what is the basic stuff do we need to know? Did this happen before this or did it happen after this other thing? But all this prior to, subsequent to just gets it confusing. So little things like that would be irritating to me if I were a juror, but of course I'm not.
Yeah, I think it's we're talking as lawyers versus talking as people, because the jury's just regular people. And I don't know if you guys ever watched Irving Younger's theories on cross-examination, but he said it best. He said he was in traffic court for 20 years. And he said the judge once told him, he said, we're in traffic court and you think people would just talk regular. But he said not once in the 20 years that he was there did anybody ever say the word car. It was always vehicle. Always vehicle, motor vehicle. He was like, just say car, because there was this expectation that it was vehicle. It was but the regular person on the jury knows it as a car. So that's sometimes but I think it's really younger attorneys who feel like, everyone in the courtroom has to be at the particular level of, because they're really trying to perform for the judge. But then I think more seasoned attorneys understand we're performing for the jury. Johnny Cochran, with the glove don't fit, he was talking to the jury. All that legal language just went out the window. It was plain language for a plain jury. And that's what I think people have to kind of develop into.
Yep. For sure. Alrighty. Now that I've managed to at least temporarily settle the chaos that is among all the animals here, let's get to the redirect here. See if the prosecution can shore up anything that came out on cross-examination. I don't know. We'll see.
I will be right back in about 10 minutes.
Sure.
You've been to other scenes in which there is a deceased person on scene, family members or friends around?
Yes.
And of those other scenes, does everybody who's a friend or a family member of the person who is injured or deceased, do they all react the same?
No.
Is every single one of them screaming and yelling different things?
No.
And there are actually 3 women on scene that morning, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there was Jennifer McCabe, there was the defendant, Miss Reed, and there was Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
And did you see any blood on Miss Roberts's face or hair?
No.
Okay, was she screaming and yelling things and moving around the scene?
No.
Now, as far as the residence in 34 Fairview Road, did you see anybody go in or come out of that residence during the time that you were on scene?
No.
And as far as any of the other residences on the entire rest of the street, did you see any of the neighbors or anybody else come outside at any point in time?
I did not.
I have nothing further on.
One question, if I might.
Okay.
Recross.
Sure.
And I don't mean to be a wise guy, sir, but did any of the other neighbors on the entire street have the body of a dead police officer on their front lawn?
Objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, so that's sustained. All right. You are all set, sir.
Thank you.
All
All
right.
right, folks, it's 11 o'clock. We'll take our morning recess, 15 minutes.
So we'll get almost caught up. Let's see here.
notebooks. Make sure.
All right.
So what I think is going to be fun with this guy, I always enjoy when the state is put in the position of having to sort of impeach their own officers, right? Because this guy is saying it's very important, like you pointed out, to the Commonwealth's case here, that these people supposedly heard Karen Read saying, I hit him, and making making these incriminating statements about her own involvement. And, now we have multiple officers that haven't heard that. And so the Commonwealth is now in the position of having to basically say, well, our officers just weren't observant or something like that, where they were focused on some other detail. And I can already just kind of picture the Commonwealth saying, well, you can't really take his word for it because he didn't even see the blood on her face. How not observant is this particular guy who's first there on patrol? That's just, it's always a funny hurdle for them to clear, and they're going to have to clear it here. I think the other thing that came out with this witness, that is going to be potentially an issue is the failure to secure the scene. This is just basic, traffic investigation, traffic accident investigation 101. The first people on the scene, you secure it, you establish a perimeter, you make sure that people aren't coming and going, without authorization and stuff. So nobody having done that throughout this entire morning, that could be a real problem here for just the authenticity of the state's evidence, particularly given this discrepancy, these questions that are raised about when did the pieces of the taillight finally come into the picture.
Right. Because I do understand the argument by the prosecution, when they say, look, there was a lot of snow and that gets in the way of being able to find these things. But I mean, it seems reasonable to expect that would be observable to the same extent that John O'Keefe is observable, especially when there's been two witnesses now that have testified that there wasn't much snow on him. And that hasn't been accompanied by some other explanation about like, oh, they brushed snow off of him to give him CPR. That hasn't been, and I've heard some folks, saying that, or I've seen folks saying that on social media, but if it's not coming from the prosecution during the direct examination of these witnesses, like we can't assume that that's happened because that's not in evidence. So, there's that kind of an issue too. And when we then say, okay, well, the taillight pieces were found on a later day, that's just very convenient, especially when it hasn't been secured.
When it hasn't been secured and when you have interfered with a scene like this, I mean, plastic is not a heavy material, right? I would kind of expect that if I am leaf blowing stuff around and there's plastic in there, the plastic is going to blow, So how is this all still conveniently scattered, in the place where John O'Keefe's body was found and not blown over to where the other snow from this area would have been blown? Just little things like that I think are going to raise questions about it.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, but or to talk over you, but especially when these are red pieces on white, like it's not like this is camouflaged. It's not something that really blends in together either. So that's,
and you're blowing this to look for evidence. Like you are that's what you are doing. And yet you managed to miss it this whole time.
Yeah, agreed. Here's also a question for you from Veronica B. What do you think about the people not coming out to see what's going on?
I mean, they were apparently up late partying and drinking a lot. I'm sure that the explanation here is just going to be, well, we were just asleep. We didn't know that this was happening. For our purposes, this was basically the middle of the night. I think they have a much bigger concern with the video of the person going into the house. I mean, that is going to be very difficult to explain what was going on with all that.
Yeah. And why did she go back into the house? What was the purpose? Who did she talk to?
What did she do inside? Once she had gone inside and talked to them, why then did nobody come out?
Yeah. Yeah, that is very strange. That is very strange. I definitely agree. Yeah, that part is much more of an issue than like people not hearing things and coming outside. I mean, especially like, 6:00 at that point, it's like really, really dark in Massachusetts in winter. So, I understand like not really wanting to wake up at 6 a.m. on a Saturday, right? It was a Saturday morning or Sunday morning, either way. It's being basically primed to sleep in. And then also after a night of heavy drinking, you're hungover, your body's recovering. Totally get that. But yeah, the moment that Jennifer McCabe goes in, who does she talk to? Who does she see? Does she say anything to anyone and inform them that, hey, John O'Keefe's body, the guy that we saw last night, at the very least at the bar, if not inside the house, he's outside on the lawn.
Yeah.
Well, interesting to anyone?
And how all this is going to then tie in with Jennifer McCabe's statements that she made to police. Did she at any point mention, oh yeah, and I went in the house and talked to these people? Did that come up? That's going to be a question.
Yeah. All righty. Okay, let's continue with the testimony. We've got a new witness now. New opportunity for the Commonwealth to try to make some headway in their case in chief. We'll see.
Your next witness, please, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth to call Mr. Timothy Nuttall to the stand.
You raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury of the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
This is fire department.
You can stand or sit, whatever makes you more comfortable, sir.
Yeah,
And just bring that microphone down to you.
She said this multiple times.
Thank you.
How's that?
Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Timothy Nuttall. Last name is Nuttall, Nuttall.
And what do you do for work?
This already feels like a very Bostonian kind of witness. Just with the I'm sorry. I'm not going to pause it for too long just for that. But this was a funny moment.
I'm a firefighter paramedic with the town of Canton.
And how long have you been a firefighter paramedic in the town?
I believe 5 years and coming up on 6.
And prior to working in that capacity with the town of Canton, what, if any, other employment have you had within sort of the same field as far as being a paramedic?
To back up significantly, I got my EMT certification when I was still in high school through CMTI out of Weymouth. They're now owned by Brewster Ambulance. From there, I was employed by Cataldo Ambulance. I worked primarily in the city of Chelsea, running BLS transfers and eventually 911 shifts in that city, in that area of the world, if you will. From there, I decided I liked it. I decided to enroll in paramedic school. I went to the same school I went for my BLS certification, back to CMTI. I obtained my paramedic right before I turned 21. I stayed in the same area, primarily in Chelsea, and eventually edged my way into Everett a little bit and worked up there for about 7 years. During that time, I decided to be enroll into fire suppression side of things. So I was hired by the town of Scituate. I was put through the Mass Fire Academy out of Stowe, class 268 in Stowe, and worked for the Scituate Fire Department for about 18 months, and then transferred to the Canton Fire Department in November of 2019.
Just a couple questions about what you had just spoken about. So when you use the term sort of BLS, what is that?
So in EMS, there's two kind of branches. BLS is basic life support, which is EMT basic. Smaller skill set, if you will. Still running 911 emergencies, but that was kind of the stepping stone to see if you could do the job if you like the job, and then you can advance on to ALS, advanced life support, which is the paramedic side of things. That's a broader skill set, many more medications, many more interventions that we can perform in the field. Obviously, I enjoyed the BLS side, so I advanced to the ALS side.
Now, as far as starting with becoming an EMT, what, if any, I mentioned you went to a CMTI school, but what type of education do you require prior to getting any sort of graduating or certification or something like that? What are the classes like?
So it kind of runs the gambit for emergency medicine. You start mostly with anatomy and physiology, the human body, progresses down to how those illnesses can progress and the natures of illness. Once that's kind of understood, then we advance on to pharmacology and interventions, just basic interventions that you can do. And then the basic interventions are further progressed into more advanced interventions throughout the program. Once you complete your didactic portion, where all that is kind of in the books, you then progress to clinical time in hospital. I can't speak to the hours off the top of my head. I can't remember, but many hours in the hospital, and then you progress to your field ride time, where you're in the back of an ALS ambulance with a preceptor, performing those skills, being evaluated and being watched to make sure you're not causing any harm or going down the wrong treatment pathways. From there, once you complete that, you sit your national paramedic written. I'm a nationally certified paramedic, so I had to sit that written, and then finally a practical examination. And once you pass all that, you're certified to be a paramedic.
And so with respect to both your training as far as becoming an EMT and then your training as far as becoming a paramedic, there's sort of a written portion and a practical portion as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Can you use the term in there as far as a preceptor? What exactly does that mean within your field?
So a preceptor is a senior paramedic who's been practicing for, it varies from place to place, but the standard is usually 3 to 5 years, who will watch you to make sure that you're not, like I said, drifting down the wrong path in terms of treatment, making sure that your care is adequate and not doing any harm. My preceptors that I was with, they were medics in the city of Brockton, so they had been around for a little while, and they were excellent at what they did, and they taught me quite a bit. I learned quite a bit in my ride time from them.
And in your role, post getting your certification in regard to those, have you acted as a preceptor for other sort of younger, less experienced?
Yeah, so I was a field training officer for the Cataldo for a brief stint right before I left the company. And I am currently a field training officer for the town of Canton.
And with respect to those certifications, is that sort of like a one-time blessing in perpetuity, or is there a continuing educational recertification process?
Right now for the town of Canton, that's a bidded position. I submitted an application writing and I was selected. So I am currently on my group. I am our field training officer for my group 2.
Okay, and my apologies, poor question on my part. I was asking sort of more in general. So beyond the sort of preceptor sort of faction of that, just in regard to, in general, being an EMT and a paramedic, as far as your certifications are concerned, is that something that you have to continue? Is there any sort of recertification process, and how often is that?
Oh, I apologize. Okay, yes. So every 2 years, we're required, both by the national component and the state component, to complete a certain amount of hours per year for your recertification. I actually just recently recertified in March. I can't speak to the exact number of hours, but there's a national component, state component, and a local component, and the trainings are quite in-depth.
Now, turning your attention to your work with the Canton Fire Department, how many fire stations are there within the town of Canton?
We have 2 fire stations.
Okay, and where are they located?
Station 1 is 99 Revere Street, and Station 2 is 7 Sassamon Street.
And when you're working with the Canton Fire Department, is there a typical kind of schedule or shift schedule that you're working on?
So my work schedule is I work 1 24-hour shift, 1 24-hour off, 1 24-hour shift on, and then 5 consecutive 24s off.
And as far as the 24-hour shift, what time to what time does that run with the Canton Fire?
For us, we report at 0800 to 0800.
So 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.?
Yes.
And within both of those station houses, how much sort of apparatus or how many different sort of vehicles and apparatus do you have within each of those station houses?
For Station 1, 99 Revere Street, we have Car 5 staffed with a captain. We have Engine 3 staffed with 1 lieutenant, 2 firefighters, and Ambulance 1, who is staffed with two firefighters. We do have a PB waiver, so we will run paramedic basic on Ambulance 1. However, that is primarily a double medic ambulance. And for Station 2, it's a very similar setup. It is Engine 4 with 2 firefighters and a lieutenant, and Ambulance 2 with the same setup as Ambulance 1. Both those stations also have ladders that run out of them, Ladder 1 and Ladder 2 respectively. And the crews from Ambulance 1 or Ambulance 2 will cross-band those ladders as needed.
Now, with respect, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into January 29th, sort of Friday into a Saturday. Do you recall 2022? Do you recall those days? Were you working one of those 2 days?
I was scheduled to work the morning of the 29th, I believe.
So you were scheduled to work essentially the morning, 8 a.m. on the 29th until 8 a.m. on the 30th? Right. And prior to or the 28th, sort of going into the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as weather that had been forecasted or that was reported to come?
I was aware that there was a significant storm, supposedly. Well, there was a significant storm coming through. I woke up very early that morning just to check. I took a peek outside of my house. I live in the city of Brockton. I noticed that the conditions it was starting to snow a little bit. So I got up early and got ready for work and left earlier than I normally do.
And about what time, which station were you assigned to on that?
I was at Station 1, 99 Revere Street, and I was on Ambulance 1 for the day.
And about what time did you arrive at Station 1?
Due to the inclement weather, I believe I arrived several hours early. I showed up to the station around 5:45, 5:50 that morning.
And around the time that you were driving from your home to Station 1 in Canton, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the driving conditions, visibility, anything else?
The snow was starting to accumulate. The roads, I drove through several towns, but the roads were starting to be treated, but they weren't pristine. There was obviously a buildup of snow starting on my ride, which was part of the reason I left early, just either to relieve people if they needed to get out before the storm really hit, or just to help them with snow removal.
And to that point, when it comes to sort of snow removal at the fire station, what, if any, sort of duties and responsibilities do yourself and the other firefighters have to in relation to snow removal around the station?
So we're responsible around the station to keep what we refer to as the apron clear of snow. The apron is where we back our fire trucks into and out of the station. So we remove all that ourselves. We have a plow truck. However, we'll also shovel walkways and stuff for the public if they need to get in. So that was one of the primary. For the crew was actually outside removing snow when I pulled in to the station that morning.
And it may be pretty self-explanatory, but as far as the apron itself, why is it so necessary that the apron remain clear as far as snow is concerned?
Just to maintain a path for the emergency apparatus to get in and out in a timely manner.
Now, beyond sort of the snow accumulation that you noted on your way to work that day, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, whether it be temperature, winds, anything to that effect?
They were approaching blizzard conditions. It was windy. It was still very early in the morning, so it was quite dark, and it was windy and snowy. So we were approaching blizzard conditions, like I said.
And when you arrived there, did a call come into your station sometime around or shortly after 6 o'clock in the morning on the 29th?
Yeah, I arrived, as I previously stated, around 5:50. I had put my gear, my firefighting structural gear, out with ambulance 1, just in the event that there was an emergency. And as I was doing that, the emergency tones went off for a medical.
Do you recall what was the report in regard to, what was the dispatch in regard to as far as the medical was concerned?
The overhead dispatch came in as a unresponsive male in a snowbank at 34 Fairview Road, outside. Unclear any further information. So when that came on, we had one of the paramedics that morning and one of the firefighters who was a relatively new firefighter. I made the decision to step onto the ambulance to provide an extra set of hands as one of the more senior paramedics in the station at the time.
And correct me if I'm wrong, when you step onto the ambulance, you're essentially still sort of getting your gear on and getting dressed, right?
Correct. I was, as the tones were going off, and because I came in so early, I was still in civilian clothing. I had a Canton Fire t-shirt on. So I actually donned my turnout gear for that call.
And as far as the other individuals on that ambulance 1 that were going to that call as well, who were they?
So it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flematti and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly.
And Mr. Kelly, he was sort of the less experienced one at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
So you get into the back of the ambulance and start going to the scene. Now, as far as other sort of vehicles or apparatus, who, if anyone, or what, if any, other sort of vehicles were dispatched on this call as well?
The initial dispatch was Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1. Due to the severity of the call, depending on how it comes in, the shift commander, which is car 5, he will usually respond to any significant incident. So he also added himself to the call, just as a senior officer with us. So the final dispatch, I believe, was car 5, engine 3, and ambulance 1.
You know who was on engine 3 and who was in car
5? Car 5 was Captain Robry. Engine 3 was Lieutenant Greg Woodbury, firefighter Frank Walsh, and firefighter Katie McLaughlin.
As far as the ambulance 1 that you were in, obviously there's somebody driving and there's somebody in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so who was driving and who was in the front passenger seat?
I don't want to speak out of turn. I honestly can't tell you who was driving. I was in the back. I was in the back patient compartment of the ambulance, just because there's only 2 seats up front. So I hopped in the back.
And so when you're in the back of the ambulance and you're going to the call, what is it that you're doing in sort of preparation for arrival?
So as I previously stated, I came in early, so I was donning my turnout gear. I had my boots and structural firefighting pants on. So I finished putting those on and I put the rest of my gear in the back. And as we were driving to the scene of the incident, I started prepping the gear that we were going to need off the initial dispatch, an unresponsive male in the snow. So I grabbed our first in bag, which has miscellaneous medical supplies, some IV supplies, and interosseous drill kit. The airway bag, which has just a bottle of oxygen, and then quite a bit of airway management supplies, and our cardiac monitor. So I had all of those prepped out and ready to go. So as soon as the ambulance was in park, we could step right out, ascertain what we had, and go from there. So when the ambulance arrived on scene, I had all 3 of those bags on my person, and we were able to, the entire ambulance crew was able to step out and provide patient care.
And as far as, if you know, approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you hear sort of the sound go off and you get in the ambulance to the time that you arrive on scene on Fairview?
I couldn't give you an accurate estimation of the time. Like I said, I was in the back. I was trying to prep everything and get myself kind of prepped just in terms of appropriate attire. So I couldn't give you a fair estimate.
And as far as when you arrive on scene, you step out of the back of the ambulance, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the weather conditions where you were on Fairview, what, if any, difference was there between the weather conditions there versus the weather conditions when you were arriving at the station?
I remember, as I previously stated, I remember it was still very dark. The sun was not up yet. I remember the wind. It was quite windy that morning. The wind had, in my opinion, had seemed to have picked up since my drive in, and the snow was increased.
And so when you step out of the ambulance, can you describe for the jury sort of where you go and sort of what is it that you first see when you get out there?
So I stepped out of the ambulance and came around with all 3 bags. I could hear commotion. I could hear some screaming off in the distance. I couldn't really tell you where it was coming from because it was still quite dark. Came around the passenger side of the ambulance, walked in front of the ambulance, and there was a small huddle of 3 individuals and what appeared to be a human form laying in the snow. So we made our way over to that and went from there.
And when you come around the passenger side of the ambulance and you observe that and start to, are you sort of turning left or right, or how are you heading when you come around the ambulance?
I came out of the ambulance on the passenger side and I took a left.
And you make your way over to the patient on the ground, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as the other people that you observed around the patient, how would you, or what if any description do you have of those?
There were 3 individuals. I believe they were all 3 of them were female. My primary focus was the individual in the snow on the ground. I went right to him. I kind of bypassed everybody from there and went directly to that individual.
Is that sort of typically how you approach a scene, is just sort of tunnel vision right for the patient?
Typically on a call like that, where if somebody's unresponsive on the ground, you typically go directly to the patient and ascertain if they are breathing and if they have signs of life, because that is a time-sensitive matter.
And as far as the individual, not then, but at some point subsequent, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
It did. It was Officer O'Keefe, John O'Keefe.
And how was Officer Mr. O'Keefe's body positioned in relation to the ground when you first approached?
So I found him supine, laying in the snow. Immediately went to him and checked him for signs of life. We found none. We found no breathing, no pulse. So we immediately began performing high quality CPR. I was at the head of the individual, so I immediately grabbed out of our airway bag a bag valve mask and began ventilating the patient, trying to get some oxygen into him while the others on scene, like I said, began high quality CPR.
And again, maybe pretty well understood, but when you use the term supine, what exactly do you mean?
He was laying on his back.
Laying on his back, his head sort of facing up, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you are responding to a call of this nature, there's you and there's other individuals on the ambulance as well, correct?
Correct.
And is there a certain division as far as treatment and diagnosis and things of that nature are concerned between you and the other people on the ambulance?
So typically, just to use the scenario of a cardiac arrest with 2 paramedics, it's generally split into the airway individual or the airway monitor and the, lack of a better term, code monitor. The airway individual will be responsible for ventilation and eventually advanced airway placement. The other part of that equation will monitor cardiac status, cardiac activity. They will deliver medications and a route for those medications, and they will work together to monitor that patient throughout. As I said, I was on the head. I just happened to fall at the head. So I took the ventilation portion of that.
And you use the term as far as a bag valve mask, is that correct? Can you explain to the jury sort of what that is?
All that is it's, for lack of a better term, it's basically a glorified balloon with a mask on it. When you squeeze that bag, that forces air into the airway, so you can ventilate an individual who is no longer breathing on their own.
And as far as obviously with your work with the fire department, there are sort of records or reports that are written in regard to treatment of different individuals on any given call, correct?
Correct.
Is there an acronym that's used within those reports as far as bag valve masks?
BVM.
And turning back to sort of when you initially approach where Mr. O'Keefe is, if you know about how far away from, where is he in relation to, well, let me back up
God, these questions.
So you arrive at this residence at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yep.
Okay. So if I'm standing on the street and I'm facing Fairview Road, is Mr. O'Keefe's body to the left, to the right, center, or something else?
I would say to the left of center.
And what, if anything, did you sort of note or observe sort of in the general area as far as where Mr. O'Keefe was?
In terms of when I got to him?
Yes.
So when I first got to him, we checked for signs of life, and I was, as stated, at the head. There was a small pool of blood. It seemed to be underneath him. It was hard to ascertain, again, because of the conditions. It was still very dark. It was snowing, and it was quite windy. So we were able to check the area as best we could with our handheld lights. But that was one of the things that I noted. There was just a pool of blood.
Now, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was in relation to the roadway, if you know, about how far away, where was it in relation to the roadway?
I estimated it about where the sidewalk met the front lawn of that residence. That would be my best estimation.
You have any estimate as far as footage or anything like that?
I would say about 6-8 feet, perhaps.
That's approximately 6 to 8 feet from the curb.
Correct.
So you indicated that sort of what are the first things that you're checking as far as when you first arrive at a patient for this kind of?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
That's okay. That's okay. It's my fault. So as far as when you, let me back you up for just one second. You use the term in there as far as cardiac arrest, correct?
Correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training and experience?
So cardiac arrest is the cessation of a stable cardiac rhythm in terms of life. Typically, it's either asystole, pulseless electrical activity, or VFib or VTAC. Typically, you ascertain that, but there's no pulse. You check any of the pulses, be it a femoral pulse, a carotid pulse, or a radial pulse, you will find nothing. And when that is found, you go to life-saving measures, which is CPR.
And just in reference to one other term you used in there as far as asystole, if you could explain to the jury what you understand that term to mean based on your training experience.
Asystole, to put it as clear as I can, is a flat line. There's no electrical activity in the heart.
And so you're working sort of at the head of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
And sort of while he's still on the ground, and what is it that you're specifically sort of doing in reference to your treatment of that?
So I was, as we talked about earlier, I had a BVM, bag valve mask, and I had Mr. O'Keefe, I was ventilating him. So I had the mask on his face, and I was giving him positive pressure breaths with that BVM.
And as you're doing that, what, if anything else, did you observe beyond sort of the blood pooling you've already talked about, as far as any tactile observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe, any visual observations you made of Mr. O'Keefe at that point outside of the ambulance?
He was dressed for the weather. He had several layers on. Other than that, our primary focus was kind of getting him extricated and out of the elements, just because there was, as stated, conditions were suboptimal, and we wanted to get him into an environment with better lighting and some heat, so we could further assess if he had any injuries and go from there.
What about the missing?
And so the other firefighters, paramedics, excuse me, that are on the ambulance with you while you're doing sort of the back valve mask at his head, what, if anything, are they doing?
I believe the other firefighters that were dispatched, they were getting extrication equipment. I believe we put this individual on what we refer to as a scoop stretcher, which is basically a long plastic stretcher that we can roll an individual onto and then just pick him up, just for our safety and the safety of the patient. It's just really just a long board that we can pick up and then put onto our ambulance stretcher. So somebody was grabbing the scoop stretcher, somebody else was grabbing the ambulance stretcher, and I believe that was a coordinated effort. on their part.
And I apologize for keep going back and forth, but if I could take you back just one moment before that. So when you first sort of arrived to Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned that there were 3 females sort of huddled around. Is that correct?
Correct.
What, if anything, did you observe any of those females doing with respect to Mr. O'Keefe when you first got there?
That group seemed to be agitated. It was a scene of heightened emotions. As I stated, when I stepped out of the ambulance, I could hear screaming. I could hear people yelling. And it seemed just to be, that group was just quite agitated.
Now, at some points you are able to get him on the scoop stretcher and then over to the ambulance, correct?
Correct.
And when you get to the ambulance, what, if anything, did you note as far as what, if any, difference was there in the lighting in the back of the ambulance versus on the front lawn?
Lighting was significantly better. All of our ambulances have fluorescent lighting in the ceiling of the ambulance, so those were on, and we were able to see that there was some more injuries once we were able to get him out of his winter clothing.
And so, to that point, when you sort of first get into the back of the ambulance, what is sort of the protocol? What is it that each of you are sort of doing with respect to patient care at that point?
So the biggest priority is continuous high quality CPR. And that is the biggest thing with any cardiac arrest, is uninterruption of compressions. So when we got him into the back of the ambulance, we continued CPR throughout. So while multiple people were performing CPR and eventually a mechanical CPR device was applied, those compressions were uninterrupted, and others were removing clothing, I honestly couldn't tell you the number of articles of clothing, but I believe a winter jacket and a sweatshirt were removed. And then eventually he was, all the clothing was removed, and that's protocol for any cardiac arrest or any traumatic injury. Is usually all clothing is removed so we can have unfettered access to the individual to see if there are any other injuries.
And why is that protocol?
You mentioned earlier, sir, that there is tunnel vision. The absence of clothing kind of helps to remove that, so you can see everything. You can assess everything.
And you mentioned sort of a mechanical means of CPR. Is there a specific device that's used for that?
Yes, we use a Lucas device manufactured by Stryker, and for lack of a better term, it's basically just a plunger that does CPR. It frees up a set of hands for us, and that can provide CPR uninterrupted as long as the batteries last.
Now, at the time that you get him get Mr. O'Keefe into the back of the ambulance and you removing some of the clothing, what, if anything, did you note at that time or at any subsequent time in regard to footwear?
To be candid, I wasn't really looking at the footwear. I believe it was brought to my attention when we eventually transferred patient care at Good Samaritan Medical Center that the individual was missing a shoe. However, that wasn't my primary focus at the time.
And the items of clothing that were removed from within the ambulance, eventually when you transfer that patient care to the hospital, what, if anything, happens with that?
In terms of the chain of custody of the clothing, that is typically brought in either with the individual or after, and that is usually deposited on the floor of the room where that patient is, and then the hospital takes custody of it. Occasionally we'll put it in bags. However, I could not speak to where that clothing went on this case.
But fair to say whatever clothing was taken off in the ambulance left the ambulance at some point?
Correct.
And went to the hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, when you have Mr. O'Keefe in the back of the ambulance and the lighting is better, what, if anything, did you observe following sort of the removal of the clothing, as far as what, if any, injuries did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe in that sense?
He was noted to have, and I was right at the head, he was noted to have a hematoma on the right side of his face, just above his eye on his forehead. And there was some scratches on the right arm, the upper arm.
And use the term as far as a hematoma. Could you explain what you understand that term to me?
Lack of a better term, is just an egg. He had a pretty good egg on his head.
And as far as anything beyond that, did you observe anything or note anything beyond the egg on the head and the scratches on the right arm?
As we got further down our treatment modality, we went to place an advanced airway. It was noted to have some blood, some mucus, and some bile in the back of his airway that was then suctioned out before we placed our endotracheal tube.
And what is an endotracheal tube?
So an endotracheal tube is basically, it's just a plastic tube that is passed through the mouth into the trachea through the vocal cords. It's a definitive airway, if you will. It isolates the trachea so you can better ventilate your patient, and you don't have to worry about any air getting into the stomach, any gastric insufflation. And that is the gold standard for cardiac arrest, is a properly placed endotracheal tube.
Mentioned there were some substances that were suctioned from his airway, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, what were they again? I'm sorry.
I believe it was blood, bile, and mucus.
And do you have any idea how much of that was suctioned?
I couldn't give you an exact number, but it was enough that we needed to set up a suction system to remove it before we intubated.
And just turning briefly again to the arm. These were injuries that you observed on his right arm, is that correct?
Correct.
What, if any, injuries did you observe on his left arm?
I don't believe I saw any, to my knowledge.
And as far as your memory, as far as his right arm, how far did it sort of extend, and where was it located? Sort of upper arm, lower arm, both, or where was it?
I believe it was just below his shoulder. They ran, I would say, probably 3 or 4 inches from, I would say, about the shoulder right down to maybe 2 inches above the elbow.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's nose, what, if any, observations did you make of that?
Yeah.
Initially, it was noted to be very cold. The individual was cold all around to the touch, but his nose was also quite cold, quite white, just because he had been in the elements for a little while. There appeared to be a little bit of blood on his nose as well.
And through your training experience, are you familiar with a term or a device known as an OPA?
Correct. Yes.
Can you explain to the jury sort of what OPA stands for, and what is that device? What does it do?
So an OPA, or oral pharyngeal airway, is basically a small plastic device that is curved, and when inserted into the mouth, all it does is it prevents the tongue from falling backwards into the airway and occluding the airway. It's relatively simple, but it's very effective in keeping an airway open.
Just turning back for one moment to the injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, were those injuries that were actively bleeding at the time that you observed them?
No.
What, if anything, did you observe as to that in reference to those injuries on the arm?
Those injuries seem to have been congealed. In my opinion, it looked like they had been cold, which could have aided in the clotting of those injuries. But when we observed them, they were not bleeding.
And you mentioned a little bit about Mr. O'Keefe's nose. What, if any, observations did you make as far as any sort of digits, whether they be his hand, his feet, or something else?
So all of his digits on the upper extremities were noted they were very cold. They were immobile. They were very stiff. I'm presuming due to the exposure, because when we got him onto the ambulance, when we were removing clothing, it was noted that all of his digits were very stiff. They were immobile, and it caused a little bit of problems just trying to get clothing off of him just because they were so stiff.
And taking you back outside of the ambulance just for a moment, when you're sort of initially there and you're doing your assessment and the 3 females are in your general area, correct?
Correct.
And at some point, can you or any of the other paramedics or EMTs on scene ask them any questions about what had happened or anything like that?
So as I was ventilating at the head, there was a small delay in just getting equipment, nothing significant, just enough time that as I was ventilating, I was able to ask, did anybody see anything? What happened? And there was one individual that replied several times, I hit him.
That's where that comes
And did you know that individual at that time?
I did not.
Can you describe the individual that said that?
I would describe her as mid-40s, average build, average height. And the other 2, very similar.
And with reference to that statement of I hit him, is that something that she said once or more than once or something?
It was several times.
And as far as the tone or demeanor, how loudly was this being said?
As previously stated, they seemed to be erratic. There was a lot going on in that scene. It did seem to be said over and over and at varying volumes. And then there was just a lot of, everybody appeared to be quite flustered.
And the individual, one of the 3 females that said that, what, if any, observations did you make as to her face or anything?
The individual that said, I hit him, appeared to have some blood on her face, presumably for attempting CPR prior to our arrival.
And you say presumably attempting CPR. When you first arrived at Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did you observe any of the females doing with reference to Mr. O'Keefe?
Mr. O'Keefe was not being touched by any individual when I first got to him. That whole group was kind of pacing around, lack of a better term, kind of running around in circles. But Mr. O'Keefe was not being, there was no interventions being done to Mr. O'Keefe when I got to him.
And to be clear, sort of when you're in the back, fast forwarding now to sort of in the back of the ambulance, you're again sort of focused on the respiratory in the head, correct?
Correct.
And who, if anyone else from your department is in the back of the ambulance, and what, if anything, are they doing at that?
So at that point, I had myself and Nat Kelly, EMT Kelly. He was kind of with me for the head. One of the, for lack of a better term, easier operations of a cardiac arrest is ventilation. So Matt Kelly was assisting me with ventilations, is just squeezing the BVM to provide ventilation. The lead paramedic for the cardiac arrest was Anthony Flematti. He was running everything else. He was running the application of the cardiac monitor. He was monitoring the status of medications being administered. He was assisted with that by Katie McLaughlin, Lieutenant Woodbury, and Firefighter Walsh.
And at some point, if Firefighter Flematti, excuse me, at this point that you're in the back of the ambulance, you don't have any sort of demographic information in regard to your patient, correct?
Correct.
So what, if anything, did Firefighter Flematti ask anybody else to do in regard to obtain?
I believe he asked Firefighter McLaughlin to exit the ambulance and gather some information from the bystanders in terms of name, date of birth, any significant medical history or medications, just so we could further treat the patient.
And to the best of your knowledge, Firefighter McLaughlin leaves the ambulance to do that, is that correct?
Correct.
But you weren't present for any of that, correct?
No.
So there's some period of time in the back of the ambulance and then the transport to Good Samaritan happens, is that correct?
Correct.
Recall where different people from your department were in relation to that transport to the hospital?
So the transport in the back in the patient compartment was myself, Firefighter Kelly, and Firefighter Flematti, with Firefighter McLaughlin driving ambulance 1.
I have just one moment.
Yes.
You have any cross-examination?
So when it comes to the report that we were, that you were testifying about before, there was a report generated in regard to this, is that correct?
Correct.
And who has the sort of duty and responsibility of compiling?
That would have been Anthony Flematti.
And have you seen firefighter Flemmatti's report in relation to this incident?
I have.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
So, John, your document, actually, just do that. Look up when you finish.
All right.
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
This is what I believe to be the NFIRS report written by Captain Robery and the patient care report written by firefighter Flematti.
Thank you, sir. May I approach, John?
Yes.
I'm open to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit, I believe.
It's already pre-marked, or you're moving to introduce it now? Is there an objection?
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Okay.
No objection.
Patient care report.
All right, that will be marked, Madam Court Reporter, please.
160.
And
Thank you very much.
Software, if I could ask for the lights in the little. Ms. Gilman, if I could have what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Mr. Nuttall, just directing your attention up to the screen there and what's been previously marked as exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
I believe that to be 34 Fairview Road.
Is that a relatively fair and accurate portrayal of what it looked like around the time that you arrived there, absent sort of lighting conditions and things of that nature?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 18. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Basically that button on top there.
All right.
And Mr. Nuttall, if I could ask you, using that laser pointer before you, well, first let me ask, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 18?
Yeah. Again, 34 Fairview Road.
And the area where you first observed Mr. O'Keefe supine on the lawn and the 3 females around him, you see that area in this photograph?
I do.
And if you could, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you see that.
I'm so sorry. I would say right around this general area, right about here.
And lastly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 14. And again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit number 14?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That I believe to be is where we found Mr. O'Keefe.
And as far as the pooling of the blood that you observed around Mr. O'Keefe's head, do you observe that area within this photograph as well?
Yes.
You could, again, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where in this photograph you observe that.
They're right around in this general area. There.
Thank you, sir.
That's a pool.
Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back up. Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve that light?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time, ma'am.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Afternoon, firefighter Nuttall.
Sir, how are you?
You were coming up, I want to make sure I get the timing right. You were coming off of nearly a 24-hour shift when you got the call?
No, sir. I was reporting for duty that morning.
Just starting the shift when you got the call. Understood. I want to ask one quick question that you mentioned just a couple of seconds ago under questioning by Mr. Lally. With regard to the clothing, the normal protocol for clothing that's removed from a patient.
Yes.
You said it's oftentimes just sort of discarded onto the floor.
In terms of in the ambulance or at the hospital?
Either one.
Yes.
Okay. Both?
So typically, when we remove clothing in the back of the ambulance, it's generally done with trauma shears. So we will expose and then kind of fold over. That clothing is then usually left in place. We'll do a quick roll just to check the back of the patient, and then he's usually rolled back if there's nothing found, and it's typically left there. In terms of like big puffy jackets, if you cut a puffy jacket, it just makes quite the mess. So yeah, exactly. It's a disaster. So typically those bigger jackets are just removed, and that is when we removed that type of article of clothing, that's when we noticed that his hands were quite rigid.
So that's what happened in this case.
Correct.
You removed the big heavy jacket, discarded it, got it away from the body so you could better assess the injuries.
Correct.
And it was only then, after you removed this big heavy winter coat, that you could assess that his hands were stiff and cold.
We noted the hands, but it came more into light, if you will, when we removed that coat.
Got it. And you have as good a memory about that as you do the rest of the scene that morning.
In terms of removing the article of clothing?
Correct.
I did not remove any article of clothing. I was ventilating.
But you remember him having the big jacket on?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember that as well as you remember the other specifics of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. When responding to a scene, I want to dovetail on the same subject, but just come at it in a little bit different way if you indulge me. When responding to a scene, one of your jobs has to be to sort of immediately take note of and assess the situation of the patient that you're dealing with, correct? A motorcycle accident is going to be very different than a drowning.
Exactly.
Someone, in this case, exposed in a snowbank, you're going to deal with or assess and note the weather.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
You're also going to note and assess the condition of the patient.
Correct.
As it pertains to the weather.
Yes.
So someone, for instance, that's in a snowbank naked, no clothes on at all, is going to be a little bit different assessment than someone who's completely dressed for winter, correct?
The initial assessment with every patient is going to be automatically circulation, airway, breathing.
Understood.
We approached this individual the exact same way. Is automatically went directly to cardiac. Make sure.
I guess what I'm asking is your attention is focused on some of those details for sure.
Correct.
And that's how you remember that big heavy coat that he was wearing, correct?
I remember he was appropriately dressed. Correct.
Okay. As a matter of fact, you testified to that in the grand jury that, quote unquote, he had a heavy coat on.
Yes.
Consistent with how you're testifying today. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to mark 2 photographs as next in order. They have not yet been marked. I believe it would be 160.
It doesn't matter so much the number, but why don't you just show the prosecutor the photos?
161 and 162 in order. May I approach?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you, first of all, whether or not you recognize what's depicted in those photos.
Honestly, sir, I couldn't recall the exact, but yeah.
You do recognize them?
Yes.
Does that appear to be what John O'Keefe is wearing when you found them?
I don't recall, sir, to be perfectly honest.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Do you recall this being part of, let me ask you a different way. Do you remember somebody cutting this off of John O'Keefe at the time?
I remember the clothing being removed.
Okay, but you don't remember this clothing?
I could say that he had clothing removed, but I couldn't tell you exactly what it was.
And you've just looked at these. This, what I'm holding in my hand, appears to be the front and back of a...
So don't hold it up to him from that distance where he said he doesn't recognize it. You can put it back in front of him. Don't hold it up for the jury, please.
May I?
Yes.
That appeared to be a thin cotton hoodie.
Yeah, that appears to be a thinner layer of clothing.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes.
Not a heavy coat. Fair?
Fair.
Not a winter jacket.
Fair.
Is it fair to say you had a lot on your mind when you were out at that scene, correct?
In terms of just the
saving a man's life.
Correct.
That's your credentials are impressive. You were there focused on one thing, and that is trying to make sure that a man did not die.
Correct.
Would you agree that that was your primary concern and your primary focus the entire time you were at the scene?
Correct.
You weren't necessarily worried about what other individuals were doing, correct?
No.
If I asked you right now off the top of your head, tell me exactly the number of law enforcement officers that were there at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, could you?
No.
If I asked you whether or not you remember every single civilian that was at the scene, probably couldn't tell me, correct?
Outside of the three?
Outside of the three.
Correct.
Any other civilians?
Not that I noted.
Okay. Matter of fact, you can't even identify the three civilians other than generally middle-aged, 40s, Caucasian, female.
Correct.
You said all three of them sort of looked alike, right?
Without the only defining feature on one of the individuals was one of the individuals did have blood on their face.
So some of the specifics of that scene you didn't pay special note to, correct?
No, we were focused on patient care.
Is it fair to say that, specifically as it pertains to what the victim was wearing, your memory might be a little faulty where that's concerned?
Sure.
Okay.
That's good for the.
I mean, nothing wrong with that. You were focused on something completely different.
Correct.
You did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated on direct examination that once you got him into the back of the ambulance, you, as you put it, you had a quote unquote much better picture of what you were dealing with. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified at the grand jury that you noted that once he was in the back of the ambulance, under better lighting, you were able to tell that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
Are you talking about the major trauma that he suffered to the back of his head, or the egg that you earlier described?
I was more just because it was directly in front of me. It was on the front side of his head.
Okay. So it wasn't the right side of his head. If you said right side of your head, you might point above your ear, right? But
Correct,
that's not
yes.
what you're talking about.
I was, and if to use my person, I would say right here. So more towards the right, above his right eye.
Right of center, but still on the front of his head.
Correct.
And you did not make any note of another injury on the back of his head?
No.
You talked about the injuries to the right side of his arm, correct?
Correct.
You noted that those injuries appeared to be scratches.
Yes.
That's your word, not mine, right?
Correct.
You didn't say that those were blunt force trauma.
No.
You didn't say that they were abrasions.
Scratches and abrasions, in my point of view, seem to go hand in hand.
But the word that you used was scratches.
Yes, they were like furrows down.
Say that again?
Furrows, if you will, for lack of a better term. Just.
I don't understand that word.
So if you remove something.
Yes.
Like you create a furrow in the skin. Is that?
Furrows.
Yes, there you go. Sorry. Excuse my accent.
Yeah.
No. I'm on your turf.
Fair enough.
It's my accent. I'm so sorry. Boy, that one. It's going to be a meme somewhere.
Hey, my cousin Vinny.
Yeah, got it. All right. So when you said furrows, you made your hand in almost like a claw and drug it against your right biceps.
Objection.
Sustained.
Can you repeat the movement that you did for the jurors when you said furrows?
Objection.
Sustained. Just move on to the next question, please.
You would agree that a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye is being hit or punched.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
You said that Mr. O'Keefe did have such a hematoma over his right eye, correct?
Yes.
Did you also see a laceration under the eyebrow but above the lid on his right eye?
I don't recall.
Did you see a laceration on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't recall.
You did note that there was some blood on his nose, correct?
Correct.
That possible that came from a small laceration.
Yes.
In your experience, well, let me ask another question. Did it look like he had, in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, in the front, did it also have a black eye on the left side?
If memory serves correct, yes.
So both eyes were blackened?
Primarily the right side, if memory serves.
Okay. And the laceration toward the right side?
Yes.
Of the right eye. Are those injuries that you just described consistent or inconsistent with some sort of physical altercation?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question,
Maybe
please.
speculation.
Did it appear to you, just from your initial assessment, given your experience, training, and background?
But he is putting the thought in the minds of the jury. I mean, he's hinting at what he wants them to start questioning, which is this: what didn't result from getting hit by a car. This resulted from him getting into some sort of a physical altercation with someone.
Yes.
So he's still poking and prodding at it, even though it's a sustained objection.
He's not. I'm surprised. He obviously mentioned you didn't notice this injury to the back of the head. He's elicited that. A possible tactic he could be taking here, it seems to me, would be to raise the issue of why or what did you do to assess him for brain injury? I mean, that would be, something that I would think you would be concerned about when you encounter an unconscious person. I mean, may very well be that he has an explanation for it, but given the fact that, ultimately, yes, it was determined he had, this major head injury, skull fracture, brain swelling and stuff like that. Normally, I would expect a first responder would assess that so that you can be protective against that, make sure obviously you don't make it worse while you're transporting it and things like that. So I wonder if they're going to get there. I don't know, but just one area where it jumped out to me that potentially they could be being more aggressive than they are.
Yeah. Or I wonder if maybe that would come from one of the paramedics that came with him. Maybe someone else was making those checks while he was focusing on the breathing.
Yeah, good point.
So, yeah, I don't know.
That those injuries look like he had been in a fight.
Objection.
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
Ooh, sidebar.
He doesn't like this. What, do we
Mm-mm.
need some foundation for his ability to be able to identify the cause of an injury like that?
I guess so.
Or is it a third party thing?
Yeah, I don't know.
We'll find out if he comes back and starts asking foundational questions.
Right. Or if he just moves on.
Yeah.
All right. There we go.
Thank you.
Sir.
A little break. In your experience as obviously a training firefighter, tell me the word again that you used.
Field training officer or preceptor.
Thank you. As a field training officer, have you seen in your experience the product or the injuries that can be produced from fistfights?
Yes. Foundation.
Injuries to the face?
Yes.
Injuries to the mouth? Injuries to the nose?
Yes.
The ears?
Yep.
To the eyes? Defensive wounds on the hands?
Yes.
Did you note we've already talked about, and I don't want to go over all this again. You've already noted what the injuries to the face were that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered.
Yes.
Were those consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
I couldn't say.
Were they consistent or inconsistent with being in a fight?
I couldn't say.
Was that egg over his right eye consistent or inconsistent with him having been punched or hit?
I couldn't say.
I thought you said that one of the common causes of an egg like that, a hematoma, as you put it, over someone's eye, is being hit or punched.
There's quite a few reasons that somebody could get an egg, such as that over their head. You could get hit with a golf ball.
Of course.
For instance.
I'm not asking you to the exclusion of everything else. Yeah. I'm asking you, is it consistent?
It's consistent. It could be.
Okay. And the other injuries as well?
Got it from
Correct.
Okay. Did you see bruising to the back of one or both of his hands?
His hands were, as stated, they were very cold and very white. They were not well perfused. And when you don't have adequate perfusion, swelling and smaller injuries don't typically present themselves, if you will.
So you may not have seen that.
Correct.
But the bruising may have been there.
It might have been there. It just wasn't observable just due to the condition of his hands.
Just may have overlooked.
Yes.
Okay. You indicated that you were not present when your colleague, Katie McLaughlin, was questioning anybody at the scene, correct?
Correct.
She was tasked with that responsibility, but you did not engage with her.
Correct.
Meaning, when I say engage with her, you weren't standing there with her.
No, I was in the back of the ambulance.
Okay. You claim to have heard this statement, I hit him,
yes,
several times from the woman with blood on her face.
Correct.
You indicated that she was erratic.
Correct.
Hysterical.
Correct.
You said, for lack of a better term, running around in circles.
Yes.
She seemed despondent or distraught.
Very distraught.
Very upset.
Yes.
Was she saying anything else that you recall?
To me, I heard I hit him, and then I went back, obviously continuing on patient care, focusing on patient care.
Did you hear her say, could I have hit him?
I heard I hit him.
That's what you believe at this point?
That's what I heard.
Okay. Where exactly were you?
I was crouched at the head of Mr. O'Keefe.
Okay. You were asked that exact question at the grand jury, correct? To describe where you were and who was doing what?
To my knowledge, yes.
Okay. You were asked a question when you spoke to her and she said, I hit him. Were you with the other representatives, sir, there at the time? Were there other people around you? You remember being asked that question by a grand juror?
I don't recall.
Do you remember answering, no, there were other people around me. I had paramedics Flematti with me. I believe firefighter Kelly was there as well.
Correct. So the three of us were all providing patient care around Mr. O'Keefe.
And you indicated that we were all there together. You were kneeling and you were doing the airway while you called him Tony.
That's Anthony, Tony. Yes.
All right. He was doing the CPR, correct?
Correct.
And it's absolutely clear in your mind that when that statement was made, you were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Flematti was doing CPR. Kelly was with you guys, and you posed the question to her, do you know him? Correct?
Correct.
Great. So I want to make sure I understand this. You said, as you're knelt down, do you know him? Directly to the female, and she answered your question with, I hit him.
Yes.
But that's not what you told Trooper Proctor in a February 8th interview.
Okay. I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember having a conversation with Trooper Proctor on February 8th?
I do.
This is getting interesting.
That was obviously much closer in time than your grand jury testimony, correct?
Correct.
And years closer in time than your testimony now.
Correct.
Do you recall on February 8th telling Trooper Proctor that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, I hit him, to another female on the scene?
to another female. As I stated, I heard several times I hit him. In terms of who that was directed towards, I mean, again, focused on patient care.
Understood. My question was a little bit different. Do you recall telling Trooper Proctor specifically that while you were rendering aid, you heard Karen say, "I hit him," to another female on the scene, and the other female told Karen to be quiet?
I do recall that.
Okay. That's not what you testified to today, though.
Okay.
Matter of fact, that story has changed to you posed a question and she answered your question. Correct?
Correct.
So which is it?
So when ventilating a patient, typically that is also used to gather information from bystanders, because as I'm ventilating, I can real quick look around. Do you know this individual? Do you know anything about this individual? That's fairly typical for any scenario in this. It's a very quick information gathering strategy.
But you'll agree that your testimony today has changed from what it was from your statement to Trooper Proctor on February 8th.
I don't know if it would so much say change, sir. To be honest, I don't fully recall that meeting with Mr. Proctor.
So you don't, I'm sorry.
I remember meeting with him. However, I don't fully remember what was discussed.
So it's fair to say that your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame.
Absolutely.
Okay. When you went to the hospital with the patient, did you ever inform any of the doctors or nurses or medical professionals at the hospital that you had heard a female claim to have hit John O'Keefe and that's the reason for his injuries?
I did not give the report to the hospital.
So the answer to that is no,
No.
you did not. As a first responder and a medical professional yourself, obviously you know that the cause and manner of a victim's injuries are incredibly important as it pertains to assessing how to treat that patient.
Correct.
Once you got back to the station and to take a breath, did you write any report?
I did not. No, I did not write the patient care report.
So you didn't write a report, just to finish my question, you didn't write a report that said, by the way, while I was out at the scene, I heard a female say, "I hit him," and that's the cause and manner of the injuries.
Not to my knowledge.
Well, you would know if you wrote a report that said that.
Correct.
And you did not.
I did not write the patient care report.
Okay. At any time that day or any day subsequent thereto, did you contact the Canton Police Department, which were the first responders?
I did not.
So let me finish my question. And say, by the way, just so you know, I heard this woman say, "I hit him," out of the scene.
I did not.
Did you ever, on that day or any day subsequent thereto, contact the Massachusetts State Police and say, "I heard this person say I hit him"?
I did not.
So the first time you ever repeated that statement was on February 8th with Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
And by the time we've come full circle to today, that statement has now pivoted.
In terms,
You didn't you didn't overhear the person say it to a female. Now, she's talking directly to you now.
she spoke directly to me, yes.
Have you, just one last point. You've obviously noted that this case has gotten an enormous amount of notoriety, correct?
Correct.
How many times would you say that you've discussed this case and this incident with your fellow firefighters?
It's brought up around the station semi-frequently. However, being involved in it, we try to stay clear of it just because we are involved in it.
So the answer is, there have been many discussions.
Yes.
Probably daily.
Frequently.
Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory around that time frame?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can have that. Have they?
Yeah, it's not quite argumentative.
Repeat the question for me, sir.
Sure. Have any of those discussions helped you with what you earlier described as a little bit of a faulty memory?
The memories that I have and the ones that I'm bringing up, I don't believe that they've changed. I've played them over in my head to the best of my ability, and I don't believe my story is swayed. If they've been enunciated incorrectly on my part, it wasn't intentional.
Understood. And nobody's casting aspersions. Yeah. Memory's a funny thing. So your memory is as good about that as it is about that winter coat.
Yes, sir.
Thanks. That's all I have.
Ooh.
Mr. Lally?
It's about that winter coat that
Nicely done.
we showed was a little different than the way that you first described
Mr.
it.
Nuttall, when it comes to being asked about,
Oh, hang on. Crap. My earbud died on me. Let me switch out. Okay, there we go.
consistency of causality as far as different injuries that you observed on Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Rephrase that for me.
Sure. Poorly phrased on my part. So you would have been asked on cross-examination about some things that the injuries you observed on Mr. O'Keefe could be consistent with as far as having been the cause of those injuries, correct?
Correct.
And how many sort of myriad of other causality or how many myriad of other sort of things could have also been a cause of the injuries that you observed?
As stated, a lot. It's not typically just physical altercations. It could be, again, a golf ball could hit you in the head. That could cause similar injuries.
And just for clarity purposes, when you were asked about a particular time frame, were you talking about the time frame of January 29th, or were you talking about the time frame of February 8th when you met with Trooper Crawford?
Sorry, rephrase that for me.
So, let me withdraw that and move on to something else. So just again, for clarity purposes, when you were asked about some statements that were attributed to you to Trooper Proctor during an interview, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so with regard to what you recall differently, is it the statement that the person, the female with the blood on her face, made to you, or the statement of the other female telling that person to be quiet?
So as stated, real quick, down and dirty, I asked, do you know this person? To which I hit him. And then in the background, I remember hearing over and over, I hit him. That was kind of pushed towards the back, and patient care took priority, if that answers your question.
Do you recall specifically at this time the other statements that you were asked about as far as whether or not the other female told that female to be quiet?
I do remember that, correct.
And the other statement as far as the female with blood on her face, and again, that was the differentiating character between the two females that you observed there, correct?
Correct.
And your memory of that statement is, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Nuttall, you are all set, sir.
Thank you, everybody.
Do you have another witness, Mr. Lally, to start?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Gonna keep working through.
I'll call Mr. Anthony Flematti to the stand.
Anthony, just heard about him.
Stand and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Name is Anthony Flematti, last name spelled Flematti.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a acting lieutenant at this time for the Canton Fire Department.
And how long in total have you worked for the Canton Fire Department?
Got hired in 2015, July of 2015, so coming up on 10 years.
And prior to working with the Canton Fire Department, what, if any, other work did you have within sort of the same field?
So in the same field, I worked for the Athol Fire Department for a few years, hired in 2012, March 2012 until July of 2015. So just transferred departments.
And even prior to working with the Athol Fire Department, did you work as an EMT anywhere?
Yep. So I worked as an EMT for American Medical Response out of Springfield and Holyoke. Worked for Fallon Ambulance. Started basic level of EMT around 2008, and then just different private ambulance companies around the state.
And just starting with the EMT side of it for the first, what, if any, training did you receive or education did you receive prior to getting your certification as an EMT?
There's different levels of certifications for EMTs. The EMT basic starts out with about 6 months, a couple nights a week for about, like I said, about 6 months. Take a certification, practical, and written examination for that to get your basic level, and then you move on to the paramedic level of schooling as well.
Can you describe for the jury a little bit about sort of what that paramedic level of schooling is?
So the paramedic schooling starts, it's about 12 to 14 months, depends on the program, which school you go to. Night school 2 to 4 times a week for about 14 months, and then you start going into a clinical phase where you go into the different operating rooms, emergency rooms, OB/GYN, cardiac CCU, ICU. You do about 300 hours of education in that. Once you've completed a bunch of skill checkoffs under the supervision of an RN or a doctor, depending on the room, you would then clear that section of your schooling and then move on to a ride time phase, which is about 200 to 300 hours, depending on skills, what you need. That would be either in a fire department or a private EMS under the preceptorship of a senior paramedic that would kind of walk you through how to do the job and shadow you and supervise that you're doing things appropriately. You do that for about 200 or 300 hours. You write up different documentation, basically learning how to do it out of the clinical set and then more of in the field set. After that, you would, whatever job you have at that point, you would do an additional practical assessment, again, about 6 or 7 different stages of evaluation for physical skills. Then you would do a written test, again, with the state. At that time, it was the state, Massachusetts, to certify you as a paramedic. Then after that, they have another 2 to 6 month preceptorship within the department to acclimate you to the physical location that you're working at.
And so there's a written portion and a practical portion to both the EMT as well as the paramedic training?
Yes, that's correct.
And you successfully completed that and received certifications in regard to both?
Yes.
And those certifications, are they something that is just sort of a one-time blessing, or is that something that has a continuing educational component and a recertification?
That's correct. So every 2 years, we have to do a 48-hour refresher. So it's continuing education classes as far as national core curriculum classes that the national standard holds us to. So it covers different topics that they mandate that we cover every 2 years.
And your certification is up to date at this point, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You mentioned that you're currently a lieutenant within the Canton Fire Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And how long have you been, have you had the rank of lieutenant?
I'm a temporary acting lieutenant, so I've been that since, I believe it was February, up till this time.
And within the town of Canton, how many fire station or firehouses do you have within Canton?
So we have 2 different stations, headquarters and Station 2, that we operate over.
Do you work specifically in one, or does it sort of rotate between the two?
Depends on the rank. So as a firefighter, we rotate through the different positions, or different stations. As the lieutenant, I'm the lieutenant right now at Station 1, so headquarters.
And where is Station 1 located?
99 Revere Street.
And with respect to each of the 2 station houses, how many sort of different vehicles and apparatus are located?
So we have, depends on what's obviously in service for mechanical issues and stuff, but we have a primary engine, a backup engine. We try to have at each station. We have 1 tanker truck, 2 ladder trucks. We have 2 primary ambulances and then a backup ambulance as well. So we try to have at least 1 engine, 1 ambulance, 1 ladder at each station, and then we'll have the backup pieces for that. And I believe our tanker truck right now, or our water truck, is out of Station 2.
And Station 2, where is that located?
7 Sassamon Street.
Now, as far as the sort of shift, how many people are assigned to, when you're assigned to, let me ask you this first. When you have a shift, what hours is that shift sort of?
We don't need to hear all this again.
I'm sorry.
So for shifting or shift work, it's 8 a.m. to 8 a.m.
There's a lot of redundancy, and the thing is, it only hurts the prosecution. Like it doesn't do anything to the defense. All it does is just it wastes valuable attention fuel for the jury that they're spending these brain cells on trying to stay awake during this portion.
All it does is create the opportunity for there to be a minor inconsistency between how he describes it and how the other guy describes it, that you can then use to just point out, oh, these guys don't even have the same, recollection about, how the fire department was staffed or whatever. It's completely unnecessary. It doesn't help them. All it does is create an opportunity for something like that to come up. This is just nuts. It's such a time waste.
Right. Or, even if they are, assuming they are consistent, at what point does the prosecution decide that it's time to wake the jury up to get into the important stuff?
Yes.
Right. Like how successful are they going to be to do that, to draw them back in? Like, what do you do? Set off a firecracker in the courtroom? You know what I mean? Like just get to the point, right?
All we need to know from this guy is, did you hear her say I hit him or not? That's really all we need to know. We got everything else. Did you see anything else as far as injuries or whatever on Mr. O'Keefe? I mean, if this is the guy that wrote the report's now in evidence.
Right.
I mean,
some background, to be able to adequately look at this guy and say, okay, you're a professional, you're trained to do this, you're trained to make these kinds of assessments. Like that's fair, but they don't need all of this.
No, we already heard it.
Right.
And the next.
And the thing too is that they're also then, and they did this yesterday too with the spouses. Right. That first they went through all of the background, family lore on the sister and the brother-in-law, and, like the tragedy, which is obviously very, very sad, tragic, like not, taking any of that for granted. But they went through all of that detail twice with John's brother, Paul, and then his sister-in-law, Erin, and they didn't need to, because it's just as sad, both times around. But the problem here now is that the prosecution is also establishing a pattern for the jury to say, I don't need to pay attention at the beginning of this witness. Yeah. Every time they put somebody up, they can just say, all right, I can check out for the next 10 minutes or 15 minutes. And then eventually they'll get into important stuff.
That's such a good point. Yeah. They're literally training the jury that we're going to start off with stuff you've already heard before.
Right.
Okay, so we work 24-hour shifts. We'd have a 24 period off from work, another 24, and then we're off for 5 days.
And when you're assigned to a certain shift for that 24-hour period, are you assigned to sort of a specific duty or a truck, or how does that work?
We usually just assign to a specific position for either the 10-hour or the 14, depending on rotations, overtime, that kind of stuff. But we're usually assigned to an individual piece or individual position for that shift, at least, whether it's a day shift or the whole 24.
And so starting with just the ambulance, if you're assigned to the ambulance, how many people and what are the different roles in the ambulance?
So the ambulance, we would have 2 people assigned to the ambulance. We rotate either through seniority or through care level, whether paramedic, EMT. If you're both paramedics, then it would go by seniority and swap back and forth for call volume and teching, who's in charge of the call. And then we would also cross-man with the ladder as well. So depending on the call that comes in for service, we would either, on a fire call, we could take the ladder, medical call, we could take the ambulance.
And with respect to the engine, how is that sort of divvied up, or what are the different roles on an engine?
So with the engine, if we have a full staff of 13 members, we would have 4 people on the engine. If there's a couple people off vacation, that type of thing, we could do, it's the driver, the step, and then the lieutenant in charge of the engine.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th into.
So now they're going to get into hopefully some important stuff. Let me really quick get a super chat in here. Oliver Olson, sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. I'm not sure why the state has these details they are building up in their relation to the crime. How the department functions seems to be extraneous. Yep.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We're on the same
100%.
page.
Yep. Okay, let's see. Are they going to finally get into, or are they going to talk about, what he had for breakfast on the 29th? Let's find out.
The evening of January 28th into the morning of January 29th. Were you working on that occasion?
Yes,
Okay, you were working 8 a.m. on the 28th until 8 a.m. on the 29th. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And which firehouse were you working out of on that occasion?
I believe it was Station 1 at the time.
And what was your assignment in relation to that shift, whether it was ambulance, truck, or engine, whatever?
That would have been Ambulance 1.
And who, if anyone else, was assigned to ambulance 1 along with you at that?
At that time, I was working with Matthew Leahy, Matthew Kelly. They have a lot of similar names.
And what, if any, disparity was there between sort of the experience that you had versus the experience that Mr. Kelly had at that time?
So Mr. Kelly had just started with the department at the BLS level at the EMTB, probably 2 or 3 months prior. I had just finished up his preceptorship, getting him onboarded as a new hire EMT, so very minimal experience at that time.
So fair to say any sort of medical calls, you would have been sort of what they call the lead paramedic, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with reference to that particular time frame, the 28th, 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of weather, forecast?
So leading into that shift, I knew there was a storm coming, and I had always lived a good distance away from work. So I would try and tie overtime shifts in so I wouldn't have to commute more than once back and forth. But with the storm coming, wanted to not have to drive into the weather. So I picked up overtime the night before that shift.
And about what time did you arrive the night before?
The night before I arrived at 6 p.m. 6 p.m. is the start of the shift.
And so you were essentially on shift for a relatively significant period of time leading into the morning of the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that there was a storm that was forecasted. What, if anything else, do you recall about sort of what type of storm or what was predicted?
Predicted it was going to be a pretty significant storm, heavy winds, heavy snow. Not something I wanted to drive in the morning. So if the opportunity arose, I took the overtime for that night.
What did it turn out to be as far as?
What are you paid for your hourly rate? What do you get paid for your overtime? Like, oh, geez. Yeah, there's too much detail. Just too much.
Would you say the
detail
wind
to
was
come.
coming at approximately south to southwest, or was it more of a westerly prevailing wind? How many knots would you estimate the range of the wind gusts to be?
What was the temperature of the wind chill? Was it about the same as without the wind, or was it biting? Did it cut through the clothes, or? Good Lord! Oh my God!
Yeah, this is brutal.
Exactly
Hey,
as predicted.
before you pick it up real quick, I am going to have to dip out for just
Sure.
a minute. So I wanted to let the chat know. I'm going to do my best to get back. I got to take a call, but I'm going to do my best to get back if they're still going, and then we can maybe do some wrap up about what we've seen today.
That would be great. That would be great. Thanks so much for joining us. And even if you can't make it back, thanks so much for coming on. Always love having you on here.
Oh, it's always a pleasure. Yeah, I'll work on getting back here.
Sounds great. See ya. All right, let's get back to this absolutely thrilling testimony.
We hadn't gotten much snow up until about midnight or so, and then snow developed since pretty much then on.
And in a moment, I'm going to ask you about a call around 6 a.m., but just if I could take you back a little bit before that, over sort of the overnight shift, did you have any dispatches or calls that you responded to, say after midnight, but prior to 6 a.m.?
I don't believe so. I don't recall how many calls were prior to that. That one was kind of the key of the night.
So you mentioned sort of, what, if any, memory do you have as far as like sort of when it started to snow?
It would have been after 10 p.m. for sure, but I'm not sure exactly.
Now, turning your attention to a little bit after 6 a.m., you get a dispatch for a medical call, correct?
Correct.
And just prior to that, what about time did you sort of get up, rise, and sort of, start doing things around the station that day?
So shift change usually happens around 8 a.m. in the morning. It takes a while to get everything ready for normal business hours. We try and get the station prepped for public that come into the building or just people passing, going around. We try to prepare the sidewalks, the apron. So we get up around 5:30, if depending on call volume throughout the night. Sometimes we're up throughout the whole night. But we got up that morning around 5 to shovel, snow blow, salt the public walkways, that type of thing.
So, Jerry Roth, why does it matter if how many other calls came in that night? I can see in a case, how it would matter if there's an issue as to their response time. I don't think that's an issue in this case, so I don't think that information matters. This is just another example of like extra detail that's being elicited in this testimony that doesn't matter. And like I said earlier, when Andrea was here, they're also training the jury to not listen to them, to not pay attention, because a lot of this information doesn't feel necessary. So that's not good for the prosecution if you're going to get to something that eventually is actually going to be important.
And specifically when it comes to the apron, that's sort of the area in front of the garage doors, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so why is it so important to sort of clear off the apron as far as snow is concerned?
Yeah, so as far as in front of the apparatus doors, is a very limited height clearance between the top of the fire apparatus and the actual garage bay doors. So a few inches of snow would be enough to cause us to bump into the ceiling of the apparatus garage doors. So we have to keep that relatively almost bare to be able to pull the apparatus out without causing any damage.
And about what time was it that you and the other firefighters at your station started to sort of clear off, whether it be the parking lot, the apron, or anything else as far as snow?
I'd say about 5:15, 5:30.
And at the time that you get this call, shortly after 6 a.m., about how much snow was on the ground at that point?
It's probably 4 to 6 inches.
And this dispatch that comes in shortly after 6 a.m., what was the dispatch in regard to it, and where were you dispatched to?
So we didn't have much information going out the door, just that there was a man on the side of the road. And we knew, due to the weather, there could be a significant call. So
before I leave and depart on that just for 1 second, when it comes to when you're outside sort of shoveling off the apron and clearing some of the parking lot, in addition to the snow, what, if anything else, did you note as far as sort of the weather conditions, visibility, things like that?
So visibility was extremely poor. High winds, probably 20, 30 mile an hour winds. Temperature probably in the 20s with still actively snowing at that time.
And the winds, to the best of your recollection, was this something that was just sort of a gust, or was it sort of persistent?
Sustained winds and then probably gusts as well.
And so you received this dispatch, and you, I'm presuming, get in the ambulance and go, correct?
Correct.
Who, if anyone, is in the ambulance with you when you respond?
So responding in, I had myself, Matthew Kelly, and firefighter Nuttall had come in early as well to try and beat the storm and get in on time, because he was scheduled to come in at 8 a.m. that morning anyways. But with the heavy snow, wanted to make sure he could get in and be able to relieve the people coming off.
And within the ambulance, where was everybody sort of situated on route to the call?
I believe Matthew Kelly was driving, I was in the passenger seat, and Nuttall was in the back of the truck.
And as far as during the course of your going from Station 1 to the scene on Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note as far as sort of the road conditions, visibility as you were driving?
So that neighborhood is actually relatively close to the station, so you normally get there in a couple minutes, but it was slow driving over there. So I remember going pretty slow to get over to the scene.
And as far as this particular time of day, what was sort of the lighting like at that point? Had the sun come up or anything like that?
Sun had not come up yet. It was still dark, heavy winds, heavy snow, so visibility was almost zero.
And as far as what, if any, other sort of apparatuses from your station were dispatched to this call as well at the same time?
So the other call would have been, or the other vehicle would have been engine 3, and just engine 3, car 5 will sometimes go. That's the shift commander for the department, depending on the nature of the call, how it comes in, and the ambulance. So it would have been the 3 apparatus.
Do you recall who, if anyone, was in either car 5 or the engine?
So car 5 would have been, at the time, Captain Wendell Robery. In the engine, it would have been Frank Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and the lieutenant for the engine was Greg Woodbury.
And you mentioned it took a little bit longer than without the weather to get to Fairview Road. Is that correct?
That's correct.
If you have any idea approximately how much time elapsed between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived on scene?
I'd have to refer to the EMS report. That is going to be more accurate, but I believe it was 5 or 6 minutes.
And to that point, with any call, there's an EMS report that's prepared by, who is it prepared by?
So it's usually the person who texts the call or is in charge of the call. This was an ALS level call, so it would have been myself.
So you wrote as far as the report in relation to the EMS arrival, and within that is contained sort of different times that things happen along the way, correct?
Correct.
And the times that are noted within that report, is that something that's noted as it's happening, or is that something that you go back and figure out at a later time?
So as we're going through the call and radio messages are sent, that's all documented on a third party that documents timestamps, things like that. As far as on scene, transport, clear from the hospital, that type of thing. It's all third party documented.
May I approach the witness, John?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 160. Specifically turning to the 7th page and asking you to direct your attention to the far right column. You see that portion of the report, sir?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, what I placed before you as Exhibit 160, that's your report, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on that right column of the 7th page end, what, if anything, do you see with regard to times?
So we have our dispatch time, 6:06, en route time, 6:07, on scene, 6:14, at patient, 6:15, and we had transported from that scene at 6:27 and arrived at destination at the hospital, 6:45.
And that destination hospital would have been Good Samaritan Medical Center, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, if you could, going back to sort of your dispatch from Station House to Fairview Road, can you describe sort of the path as far as what direction, what route you took to get from one to the other?
Yep, so from Revere Street, we would have come out, taken a right onto Revere Street, gone to the end of that road, taken a left on Sherman, driven all the way up to Chapman Street, taken a right on Chapman Street, gone up to Fairview Street, and then taken a left on that. That would have brought us down to the address.
And as you're coming down Fairview, are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And so as you're coming down Fairview, is there any kind of grade or elevation to the roadway as you're coming down?
Yep, so that is a downhill towards about halfway down the road, so a pretty good grade that's coming downwards.
And the address that you responded to with 34 Fairview Road, when you're coming from the direction that you were coming off of Chapman, is that a residence that's on your left or right or something else?
That would have been on the left.
And when you arrive on scene, what, if any, other sort of vehicles or apparatuses do you observe beyond sort of what you've already described as
So we had the fire apparatus. There's another vehicle, bystander vehicle, that was on scene as well. I don't recall if police were on scene at that time, but.
And when you first sort of pull up to the scene, what, if anything, is it that you observe even prior to getting out of the truck or the ambulance?
So as we're pulling up to the scene, we see 2 female parties, non-uniform personnel, that were going back and forth between the body and the side of the street and back and forth. Appeared to be a female party that was pushing on his chest and then going back and forth between the other female party and the patient.
And Again, so when you first sort of pull up, you're able to see the body on the ground, is that correct?
It was, yeah, you could see a body, but it was very hard to see that distance away.
And do you recall any sort of like overhead or ambient lighting, street lighting or anything like that illuminating in that area?
I don't recall.
Now, this individual, as far as the person on the ground, at some point you were able to subsequently identify who that was, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, who did you identify him?
So identification won't normally happen right at that bedside. That's not really relevant to initial treatment. We found out who it was when we got into the ambulance and we were able to do a more thorough search once interventions had started.
But when you first arrive on scene, fair to say you're primarily or only sort of concerned with patient care, correct?
Yeah, correct.
To the point of sort of tunnel vision to the patient, correct?
Yeah.
So you arrive on scene and you get out of the ambulance and where is it that you go?
So we then go grab all of the equipment that we're going to need to work on the patient, and then we bring that equipment over to the patient's side to be able to start treatment.
All right, Mr. Flematti, I'm going to stop you there. I'm going to stop you, Ms. Tillali.
Jurors, that's it for today. We are not in session tomorrow. Remind you, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it, let us know. We'll see you on Thursday morning, and Thursday will be a half day.
Wow. Okay. Not even.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay. Well then. Okay, so that's the end of that. So no testimony tomorrow, and we've got a half day on Thursday. That's important to note. Don't worry, I'll be posting all of that on social media and whatnot. This trial already has a weird schedule, and it just gets weirder when the judge throws those kind of what is it called? Curveballs. Words, right? Words. Okay. I just ended the poll that I started earlier today. I can do another one at the end here. But right now, which way are you leaning at the moment regarding Karen Reed's guilt? 48% are saying not guilty, 44% saying not enough information yet, 7% say guilty, and that's 461 votes. That's a pretty good number there. So all right, you guys want? I can do another one. Let me get that in there really quick. Okay. Could you do a poll on how the prosecution is doing? Yeah, we could totally do that. How about we do that one on the next trial day? I think that's a fantastic idea, though, because I'm curious to hear. It probably kind of corresponds a bit. Well, maybe not, but it might correspond a bit with how folks are leaning at this point. But maybe not, because there's quite a few that are saying they don't have enough information for leaning one way or another, but maybe they feel differently about the prosecution. So let's see. We've got a few other questions, or a couple other questions here. Jerry Roth, why does it matter how many other calls came in that night? Oh, I already answered that one. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I didn't get much of anything from this last witness at this point. His direct examination is not yet finished, but all of that seemed like it was just kind of a waste of time. And at the end of the day, it's the middle of the day, but folks know, the jury knows that this is the end of the day for this case for today. So, I mean, likelihood of checking out is maybe a little bit higher. Kay, what is the trial schedule? So normally what they've said is it's 4 days a week, Monday through Thursday. Fridays are always off. Mondays and Wednesdays are full court days. Tuesdays and Thursdays are half court days. So today, it was 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. East Coast time. We went a little bit over because I like to pause for commentary rather than talking over it. I know there are a lot of folks that want the commentary, but they also want to be hearing the testimonies. That's why I do that. But as you guys heard, the judge said that there's no testimony tomorrow. So yeah, there we go. Oliver Olson, thanks so much for the super chat. Today we learned the state is wildly uncompelling. That's certainly how I'm feeling at the moment. I still have yet to see anything that is compelling evidence. And the problem with, we've talked about the primacy effect, recency effect, right? Where the human brain tends to focus in on and remember the things that were talked about, the things that were revealed at the very beginning and at the very end. This is why you've got an opening statement and a closing argument. One of the reasons for that. And then the stuff in the middle tends to get a bit murky, but for some exceptions, right? If something just completely stands out and is sort of like a pattern interrupt, you could say, that's when, something might stick out in the middle. But generally speaking, the default is things at the very beginning and things at the very end. And, what I said about the prosecution training the jury basically not to listen to their witnesses at the very beginning because they're going through all of this stuff for a very long time, that doesn't feel like it's actually necessary once you actually get to a certain point. They also are having, I think that they might develop an issue here similarly with just generally speaking, the witnesses that they're putting forward, that they are not the most compelling witnesses. So they might also be training the jury at this point, we're 6 witnesses in, they might start training the jury to think, well, they're going to put their most important witnesses up front or some of their most important witnesses up front. And if there's nothing there, I don't know what's going to be, with the 10th witness or the 12th witness, what's going to be so compelling about them if they're in the middle of the lineup. There can be also, of course, other reasons why they might order people differently in their witness lineup. It might just be because of, some people's schedules, needs of, other aspects of the case. There are a number of things that can come into play. But generally speaking, wherever you can, you want to try to put those witnesses, relatively early, to like establish a pattern that you are, like I said earlier, making good on those promises from opening statements. So far, we've seen the defense already keeping their promises from their opening statements with some of the stuff that came out on cross-examination. And then so far, I don't exactly even know what the promises are from the state because of the fact that their opening statement was so boring and what it wasn't organized in a way to allow the listener to understand what they think is the most important and what they think people should focus on in order to adequately assess this entire case. Debbie Fizon Cook, do you think that KR will testify? I kind of think she will. Normally, I've said this before, normally it's not advised to have a criminal defendant testify because there are so many ways, it's so risky. So in order for them to waive their Fifth Amendment right to not incriminate themselves, it has to be a really good reason. It has to be basically like pretty much necessary for them to testify. I don't know. Maybe not though. I mean, so far there's been so much in this case that is already pointing at the bad investigation. The at the very least incompetent investigation is the way that it looks. And again, coming into this case, I am not any sort of a decided voter in the case. I am definitely developing some opinions about the merits and weight of the evidence on either side based on what we've seen so far. But I mean, I still don't consider myself close to making any sort of a conclusion as to who should win and who shouldn't. Now, will she testify? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know. I kind of have a feeling that she will because of the number of statements that she's made. So, but I don't know. Other than that, okay, I think that's about everything that I wanted to talk about. So far, to sort of sum up my thoughts here, there is still an issue with the "I hit him" comment. I think that the defense, they do a good job of bringing in some questioning as to the memory of the last witness, that was Timothy Nuttall. I think that they did do I might need to think on that one a little bit more, because they did, especially at the end, pointing out the whole jacket and, lightweight sweater jacket kind of distinction, that they did establish that his memory isn't perfect, and kind of tying the jacket discrepancy with the potential statement discrepancy, was a very effective way of basically pointing out to the jury, like, look, he was focused on, and then he also said on redirect, I was definitely more focused on delivering care to or administering care to this person, rather than focusing on, this particular statement that was made by any person in particular, which makes perfect sense, right? I mean, that's what his job is there for. That's what he's there to do. But it does add some fuel for the defense. Is it enough to really overcome the "I hit him"? For me, I don't know that it's enough. At this point, it might, maybe with more cross-examinations of these other, paramedics and other people. And, maybe there'll be enough to really call that into question, whether or not she actually said "I hit him." Maybe she said it as a question. I don't know. I'm not fully certain on that one just yet. But I will say the defense did score some points with drawing some threads out of his memory. And that's the thing about, cross-examination, is that witness, I would say probably the fire department in general, from what we've seen so far, they don't seem to me to be shady. Like, Timothy Nuttall did not come across to me like someone who is trying to put forward a conspiracy. There are other ways, though, that someone can cross-examine a witness and without vilifying them, without, being the bad guy. And memory is a really great way of doing that, because no one can be faulted for forgetting something. Everybody forgets things from time to time, depending on how much time has passed. Do you have any emotions connected to it? There are a number of factors that can come into play with someone remembering or not remembering, or their memory shifting, or their memory, replacing some details with other details. All of that kind of stuff can happen. And so memory is a really great way of cross-examining a witness effectively to call into question the reliability of their testimony without turning it into something that feels personal. And I think that was one thing that Alan Jackson did. That was Alan Jackson, right? That did the I think he did the cross-examination of Timothy Nuttall, the paramedic. So, I think that was effective. And this is something that is, another point towards the professionalism and the smoothness of this defense team, is that they understand when to use a particular tool. So far, they've shown that they know how to use a scalpel when a scalpel is necessary. They know when to use a hammer when a hammer is necessary. They know when to not even cross-examine someone at all, because it's just not a great choice to do that. This is a team that so far I'm very impressed with, and the strategies that they've employed so far are, in my opinion, I think very satisfactory, right? So that was just Yeah, so that was a point that I wanted to make, was that that memory is something that you can use as a tool on cross-examination for someone that otherwise seems like a nice person on the stand, right? Like there's nothing about Timothy Nuttall that cried out to me that this is someone who is some unprofessional or dirty guy, right? At the end, I mean, on cross-examination, was he getting a little bit defensive of, some of his testimony? Of course, because he's already testified to that kind of stuff. So he's going to want to try to defend the position that he's already taken, having an understanding that when you do take a certain position and then you're kind of questioned on that, it feels uncomfortable, right? Anyone is going to want to sort of defend that positioning that you've taken. But even with that, there was nothing there that made me feel like, ooh, I don't know about this guy. I'm questioning his motives. Maybe he's dirty. Maybe he's hiding something. Didn't seem that way. I kind of got that, idea with Officer Steven Saraf. Officer Mullaney, I didn't have that same impression of like, maybe he's hiding something, but he just seems like he just didn't remember, and of course, that can be used as a defensive mechanism to sort of insulate yourself when you know something and you say you don't. That can be the case. Absolutely. I don't know that I had the impression here in this case as to him personally that he was doing that. I think that he probably actually doesn't remember that he was the junior guy. Officer Stephen Mullaney. He was the junior guy that arrived on scene with the other police officers from Canton Police Department. It could very well be that he, because of that, knowing that he had more senior guys that were there also, that he maybe rested on his laurels a little bit as to like how much to observe, what to take notice of, what to remember. I don't know. It's entirely possible. There are a number of reasons why an officer might not remember details from it. Also, how many, incidents do they deal with on a weekly, monthly, annual basis? There's probably a lot, especially since January 2022. I'm sure there's been a ton of incidents. It would be, not surprising to me that they would have a hard time sometimes to keep things straight or keep things from falling out of your memory. So, anyway, so that's kind of my overall thoughts so far on these guys. Anthony Flematti, this most recent witness who testified, I don't really have much of an impression on him because I feel like at this point we still haven't gotten to the testimony that is important in this case to either side. So, I'm a bit neutral as to like his testimony at this point. Not so neutral on the prosecution's questions because, like I said, it's a bit of a waste of time, bit of a waste of attention span. And like I said, that all of this is training the jury one way or another. They are picking up, what they can expect from these legal teams one way or another throughout this trial. So that could come back to bite the prosecution in the ass. Draco Amy, thanks so much for gifting 1 Legalbytes membership. So kind and generous of you once again. Nomad Purple, you have been gifted a membership by Draco Amy. So welcome back to Bite Club. I know you've been in it before. So with that, we've got, let's see. So tomorrow, no trial. Thursday, we've got a half day again, like today. Wednesday, no trial. But for those of you that are in Bite Club, we have a members only live stream where we will hang out in the chat. We'll talk about whatever. Probably talk about the Karen Reed case quite a bit, but maybe other stuff too. There are other legal happenings that are going on around true crime and trials and all kinds of legal subjects. So we might talk about other stuff as well on top of everything. But this, so that'll be Friday for those of you that are members of Bite Club. So okay. All right. I think that for me about does it. I think that's what I've got for today. I don't think I have any other thoughts at the moment. But I will have a recap out on this one definitely before we get to Thursday, probably tomorrow morning. Today's recap took me too long to upload because it's a little bit of a longer recap. If you guys haven't seen it, please do check it out. I did put some work into it. Sorry, JMag. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yes, so not tomorrow. I'll see you guys on Thursday. Thursday is when we have, I hope I didn't just confuse everyone. Tomorrow's Wednesday, no trial. Thursday, there is trial, but it's a half day. Tomorrow, I will be coming out with a recap from today, trying to get it out tomorrow morning. And like I said, please do check those out because the benefit of the recaps are also like, when I'm commenting live on these trials, I'm giving you my thoughts like spur of the moment, brain to mouth immediately. The benefit of recaps is I often have a little bit of time to kind of sit back and sort of digest what we've watched together. And sometimes it allows me some space to sort of add some thoughts and add some commentary. And sometimes also even to go back to testimony and kind of revisit some stuff. So oftentimes there will be other thoughts and sort of other like mental digestions of a lot of this material that we're going over. So definitely go and check that out for sure. And tomorrow check out the day 2 recap as well. But otherwise, thank you so much for watching with me and going through this trial. We're now 2 days in and like a million more to go in this very long trial. But it has been absolutely fascinating so far. I think that this is going to be a very interesting trial all the way until the end. And also a thanks and a shout out once again to Nate the lawyer and to Andrea Burkhart for coming and hanging out for a bit and also giving some commentary as well. That was so great to have them here. They are linked in the description below. If you're not familiar with either one of them, both of them are fantastic lawyers, great commentary on all kinds of things. Nate doesn't just talk about law on his channel. He talks about all kinds of things. So definitely check them out if you are not already familiar with them, because it is absolutely worth it. They're both wonderful people, also inside and out. Very happy to have them here. And other than that, thank you so much, you guys. And thank you also, as always, to the mods for helping to ensure that dialogue moves forward because, folks are agreeing and disagreeing. In the chat, because everybody's bringing their own thoughts, their own perspectives. And this is one of the reasons why I love having these polls, because they're, even when the numbers are quite split, or very heavily shifted in one direction, there's always someone who votes in the opposite direction, right? And so those people also have valid opinions and perspectives and thoughts and all that kind of stuff. And so I love seeing that. I love seeing all these different perspectives. And I love seeing when folks are dialoguing and bringing those opinions and thoughts and perspectives and everything into the chat and into the comments on replay, in a respectful way that helps all of us sort of go through all of this together and consider different ways of looking at all of this evidence and all of this stuff. So absolutely love it. Love it when it's productive. And you guys are doing a fantastic job of that. I'm so happy about that. Okay, folks. All right. I'll see you guys in the next video. Thanks again. And did I thank the mods? Yes. Well, it's worth thanking them again. Thank you, mods. All right, guys. Thanks so much. I'll see you in the next one.